Discovery, go and throttle up.
I can't make my fingers do that. Got to upgrade the dexterity. Yes, we have to upgrade the dexterity. Yep. Here. This is an oldie. Well, it's an oldie where I come from. I forget how to play it. Hey, that wasn't bad. That wasn't bad at all. I forget how to play the rest. Something like that. That was close enough. That was close enough. Now play Johnny B. It's probably like... something like that, maybe? I don't know. I don't know how to play that song. One more? One more and then we go? Here. My favorite. The song is called Nobody's Fault But Mine. Nobody's fault but mine. Freebird? I don't know how to play that. Is there no end to Pat? Come on, I suck at the guitar. I can play the drums though. I should hook up the drum set. I have an electric kit. We should hook that up. Bro, I'm not playing Freebird, Jay. We both know I'll just make a fool of myself, okay? I mean, I'm already kind of doing that, but... I don't know how to play that. That sounds weird with the flanger on. Hold on. Gotta switch this back around here. Hold on. The world is the world is nothing for me. Maybe as a song. I don't know where it goes from there. I don't know, man. Just up here pulling strings, man. Coffee fee. Are you guys ready? Oh, what happened to play? Oh, that's right. I said to play Gear City today. You know what, JDG? We'll do that after Flame Trench, but before Starliner landing, okay? Well, if we have time. If not, Monday, early slot for Gear City. Just gotta rock, yeah. Well, I'm upper class, high society. God's gift to ballroom notoriety. And I always fill my ballrooms, the event is never small. The social pages say I've got the biggest balls of all. I've got big balls, I've got big balls. Started laughing. Dang it. Some balls are held for charity and some for fancy dress. But when they're held for pleasure, they're the balls that I like best. My balls are always bouncing to the left and to the right. It's my belief that my big balls should be held every night. He's talking about having parties, guys. Jeez. Jeez. He's talking about having Met Galas or something. What is that song from? It's a rock and roll song, man. EJDC. I like that. ACDC. Now you're rocking it. Here, Pat. Ready? Dodger. I always screw that part up. Oh, jeez. That song's hard to play. Don't rip, don't fight, don't sleep at night, and shake a leg! Shake a leg! Shake a leg! Shake it! Yeah! I forgot how to play. There we go. Okay, that's enough. That's enough. You guys remember, like back in like 2019, when I said I was going to try to play the guitar every day? Yeah. I did it on stream for a long time, but I stopped doing it on stream for a little bit. Still play the guitar every day. Still suck at it, for what it's worth. Okay, we gotta shut down the amplifier, Marty. There's a slight possibility of overload. Okay. I'm sweaty. Oh, we know. Is EJ taking the Ford to rescue the astronauts? Oh, you're dang right I am, boy. You're dang right I am, boy. Ain't nothing like fur to go get you home. Okay. All right. We're good. We're good. Hi. 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 I'm excited for KSP1. The only successful moon landing I had was from a friend leading me through it that dumped 3,000 hours into it. Who should I be watching for guides to go to Minmus? Hi. Scott's guides are pretty good. If you want Scott, I mean, I'm no slouch myself. It's Fiero day today. That car is a death trap, Tessa. That puts me in the mood for what we call here in the UK a chippy tea, because it's Friday. Catch you later on the Flame Trench. All right, Pat? Give a good Friday. Good Friday. And make sure you have your Jaffa cakes. Got to have these. Got to have these as spot tea. I don't know what you're doing. Don't ask me why I have those. Driven it twice, wrecked it twice, third time's the charm. You know, I always say the universe is telling you something. Universe is... Satisfactory vid before KSP? No, I don't want to. It's not my wallet. Did I look at the Discord link, John? I don't know. I get a lot of links. What did you send me? Oh, the tri-motor from EAA. Yeah. Good stuff. Ford should have never stopped making airplanes. Turns out Ford's pretty good at making airplanes. Or was at one point. Probably not anymore. Probably not anymore, but turns out Ford could make airplanes pretty well. Pretty well. Yeah, that's a lot of airplanes. Starting soon. Lie! Star Citizen will be released before this stream starts. You busting my balls here? You busting my balls, Zeppelin? I've known you for a day and you're busting my balls already? Oh, you'll fit in here great. You'll fit in here great. Ford started making airplanes, Clayton, in the 20s. They made the tri-motor. Tri-motor was one of the first mass-produced airplanes. Yeah, the Great Depression happened and they pulled out of the game. Shame. But they got back into it during World War II. Ford built the Willow Run factory in Ypsi, Michigan. The Willow Run factory and airport was cranking out B-24s. They were cranking out B-24s like they were cranking out Model Ts. A B-24 rolled off the assembly line like every 10 minutes or something. And okay, I want people to think about, like, don't get me wrong, the B-24 isn't, by modern standards, that's not very technically complex. But Ford doing this at this time would be like Boeing cranking out, or Airbus. I mean, pick your air provider, and we all know what people are going to say. It would be like Airbus cranking out an A320 like every 11 minutes. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Yeah, unheard of. Yep. You'd like to hear my take on Star Citizen? Okay, Echo. Everybody I know wants me to play Star Citizen. Everybody I know that has Star Citizen wants me to play Star Citizen and is very happy with it. And they're like, you got to play this. It's the last game you'll ever play. The last time somebody said, play this, it's the last game you'll ever play to me, verbatim, was this game. And we have 15,000 hours in this game now. It's between 15 and 20,000 hours. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't remember. I never keep track of that. Right? So, I don't, like, everybody's like, oh, Star Citizen's a scam, but everybody I know that pays for it has a really good time in it, so my bet is that with Star Citizen, you kind of get what you pay for. Emphasis on pay for. But it seems like a pretty fun thing to be a part of, which is why I think people like it. It seems pretty cool. I always refuse to play Star Citizen, once again, because the last time somebody said that, it was this game. And I'm afraid... Okay, here's this thing as a streamer, okay? There's a lot of good games out there. There's a lot of really good games out there. There's a lot of bad games too, but there's a lot of really good games out there. And for every Kerbal, there's like another game that's super addicting. I, as a streamer, have to be very careful, all right? I have to be very careful because you kind of play into what you want to play as a streamer, because if you're not having fun playing the game, nobody cares. Unless that's your brand struggling with the game, right? Hey, Joe, what's going on? So I'm actually kind of sweaty from playing the guitar. I'm turning the fan up. So you got to be careful about getting addicted to games, because there's a lot of good games out there. I got to be very careful about that, because if I get addicted to a game, in my particular line of work, if I get addicted to a game that I can't use to teach anybody anything, it could be catastrophically bad for my bottom line. Yeah. i.e. workers. Workers snuck up on me. I played it as a joke, and that's what I'm talking about. Yes, workers is a good example. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Space Station 13 has space in the name. I play Stationeers, Deadly. Stationeers is a 3D version of Space Station 13. Oh, we teach people all about physics and fire in that game. Where's the clip? But yeah. So there's some feature creep. Yeah, a little bit. But I've only put down $45 into the game and have hundreds of hours in it with other people. And we have a blast. Yeah. Everybody, see, Echo, here, that's what I've noticed. Everybody that calls that game, oh, it's a scam, it's a scam, hasn't played it. I've noticed that. I've noticed it. Everybody that has played it is like, this is the best game ever, which is curious. So that tells me, if somebody said, A, this is the last game you'll ever play, and B, everybody that has played it has had really a lot of fun with it, right? That I might want to steer clear if I can't use it to teach anybody anything about physics. I've been eyeing Stationeers. It looks great. I just wish the graphics were a little more modern, but the gameplay looks fantastic. Stationeers is fantastic, Echo. I know the developers of that game. Yeah, the guy that runs Rocketworks, Dean, I'm pretty good friends with him. Yeah, proper nerd. Like, nerd. Dean doesn't like games that hold your hand, and that's why you have games like Icarus, Stationeers, stuff like that. Yeah. Dean's good people, and those guys are good people too. Great studio, like him and Nightmare and Simon and all those other guys. They're good people. I know the devs of that game. Yeah, and yeah, it's a little bit cartoony. It's like Kerbal. Don't get confused. Just because Kerbal looks cartoony doesn't mean it isn't complicated. Stationeers is righteously complicated. It has volumetric gas physics, volumetric pneumatics, which is really, really cool. So, like, you're dealing with PV equals nRT in that game. You get condensation in pipes because of the ideal gas law. It's super cool. A lot of fun. The thing about it, though, is that Stationeers takes time. But that ain't any different than any other game. What other game can you get Morgan Freeman in space? Andy Dufresne crawled through a river of poop and came out clean on the other side. 500 yards, that's the equivalent of 5 football fields, just shy of half a mile. Oh my gosh, the stream has been paused this whole time. Oh man, I've been talking to you. Skill issue. No, it's all good. The oldest Ford that I've seen in person is a 1912 Model T, but I did not know that Ford made airplanes. It's really cool that they did. Clayton, it looks like a flying refrigerator. I'm serious. It looks like a flying refrigerator. But that was cutting edge for the time. See? Ford tri-motor, man. Yeah, Henry Ford wanted to do with planes what he did with cars, but the Depression stopped that from happening. But the tri-motor was really ahead of its time. Like, Ford cranked this thing out when other planes were still having, like, it had, like, canvas wings, dude. Other planes just looked like gliders. Ford cranked this out, all metal skin. That was huge for the time. Mono wing construction, big advancement. That was a big deal. This was in the early 20s, man. So, like, just after World War I, which is bananas to me. If Ford had stayed in the aviation game, holy crap, I don't even know what they'd be making today. Like, yeah. Structurally, it's huge. Exactly. Corrugated. They were using corrugated metal, Echo, because they hadn't figured out stringers just yet. you know what I mean. So they used corrugated metal, which is why the thing looks like a damn refrigerator. I don't know. Maybe they thought the corrugated metal would be like, oh, it's, you know, structure or whatever, but it looks like a refrigerator. But yeah, it actually cutting edge design for the time. This thing when it came out was like Starship to us. It's this was a big deal. Like, oh my gosh, you get to ride inside. You don't have to wear a head sock and deal with the wind blowing in your face. An enclosed cockpit. What the heck? Like, that's how big of a deal it was, Clayton. It actually changed the aviation industry. I'm not going to say that everybody copied Ford, but a lot of planes took reference from this. Graphics are subjective. It's more art style. Yeah, that's a good point, Joe. Absolutely. Had Ford stayed in the game, might we have been further along in the space industry? That's hard to say, because just because, like, when space started to become a thing, you know, Ford had not been making planes for like 40, 50 years. However, Mouse, a lot of people don't know this. Ford stayed in the defense industry. You guys don't, not a lot of people know that. We all know that, like, the big three, so Ford, Chevy, and Dodge, right, were involved in the Apollo program almost at every level. Chrysler made the Saturn 1B. They made the Saturn 1B. Chrysler, a car company making a rocket. That sounds completely ridiculous by today's standards, right? Chevy famously sold astronauts Corvettes for nothing, which is, as a Ford guy, I'm obligated to like Corvettes because, you know, Chevy wanted astronauts driving around in Corvettes, right? Because, you know, astronauts go the fastest, and Corvette is the fastest car around. It was a great marketing campaign that Chevy had famously. And the actual cars, they leased them to them for like $1. Yeah, oh yeah. Like, and those cars are worth a lot of money nowadays. They command a lot of cash because astronauts that went to the moon own them. Yeah, a little bit of cross between car industry and space industry, right? And also, 72 Vet. Frick you, 72 Vet. I'll take that. I'm a Ford guy. I will drive a Corvette. Corvettes are mint, right? Yeah, those cars are actually super cool, and they're super sought after. Yeah, Neil Armstrong drove around a sky blue 67 Mustang. It is, yeah. Dude, it's a nice car. It's a really nice car. Legally couldn't give them the cars for free. Yeah, they had to lease it astronauts leased them for $1. Yeah, here. It's just a thumbnail, but here. That's Neil Armstrong's 67 Corvette. Look at that, dude. 67. See that hood scoop? That was the only year for that, if I'm remembering right. I'm not the biggest Corvette guy, but that was that was like a one-off thing. Dude, that is a money freaking car. I actually, I heard this from a guy just on a side note, that Gus Grissom and, like, Tom Stafford and Gene Cernan would drag race down the crawlerway because it's a 2.5 mile stretch of perfectly straight road. You have a Corvette, and it's late 1960, and it has like a 7-liter engine in it. It has a 427 with a 4-speed behind it, and the car weighs like 2,500 pounds. I'm just putting it out there. I'm just putting it out there. I would do the same. I'm sorry, I would do the same thing. All right, whatever. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Throw me in jail? Like, I'm Gus Grissom. You gonna throw me in jail? Frick off. Buzz Aldrin turned down the Corvette and asked for a station wagon. Practical to the end, huh? And okay, so like Chevy had the Corvettes. Not a lot of people know Chevy made the Lunar Rovers, the Rovers that Charlie Duke and John Young and Gene Cernan and Jack Schmidt drove around. Yeah, that's a Chevy. Yeah, GM made them. General Motors made the Lunar Rovers. That rhymes. So, you know, Chrysler made rockets. Chevy made the Lunar Rover. Now, this is the part going back to what I was talking about, Ford in the defense industry, in the aerospace industry. Not a lot of people know. Okay, so check this out. A little bit of a history lesson here before we jump up into Kerbal. Okay. Everybody has seen this picture before. If you're even remotely a spaceflight fan, you know that for the 50th anniversary of Apollo, they restored the flight control room that was being used when Neil Armstrong walked on the moon. They restored it, and they restored all the consoles. All the consoles work. They put it basically exactly as it was on July 20th, 1969, right? They did this for the 50th anniversary, and it's awesome. You can smell this picture, which is hilarious to me. It smells like cigarettes and coffee. Now, ask me, how do I know that? Well, to be honest with you, I knew the guy. I've shook the guy's hand that was sitting in that chair right there. Yeah. Charlie Duke was the capsule communicator for Apollo 11 when Neil walked on the moon. During landing, actually. But, yeah. I asked him, I'm like, what does it smell like? He goes, smell like a pool hall. I have that on video, by the way. Yeah, a little bit of a flex. Sorry. Hey, Sawyer's got to do it, Horseman. I'm going to do it too. All right? All right? I have to compensate for Sawyer being awesome. Damn it. There's been so many freaking astronauts. You smell like cigarettes and coffee. Thank you. Yeah, Bruce McCandless was Capcom. Charlie was there when they landed. Exactly. I asked him about guys turning blue, and he's like, yeah, that was a thing. But anyway. So, see all these consoles? Ford made all of them. The control systems. The control systems for the entire Apollo program, launch control, flight control, Ford and IBM. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that cathode ray with the wood cathode ray tube TV with the wood trim. You could practically hear that thing powering on. The tactile flick of the switch, and you hear the capacitors turn on, and I missed that noise. Where's the gas line for the TV? Yeah, see all these consoles? Ford made all of them. It wasn't Ford, it was actually a company that Ford owned. Ford invested heavily in the tech industry, believe it or not. Yeah, not a lot of people know that. They saw the writing on the wall in the 60s. They saw that everything was going digital, so they bought a computer, I think it was a transistor company or something, to diversify that portfolio. Yeah, and that company made all of the consoles. It's Ford, man. Ford made all of those. Not a lot of people know that. Twisted transistors, yep. Guys, is it? Okay, look, just a little bit of a subject change before we jump into Kerbal. All right? You look at mission control nowadays. You look at, like, SpaceX mission control. It's called Mission Control Hawthorne. Right? You look at SpaceX mission control, and don't get me wrong, there's something very aesthetic about it, and it is cool. Like here's pictures of mission control Hawthorne over the years. This is what it looks like now, right? That was it back in the day. Like, don't get me wrong, this is cool, and I appreciate that they put up these to kind of feed the aesthetic, but consoles are where it's at. Consoles are where it's at. If I had an aerospace company, I'm serious. If I had an aerospace company, I would go contract an arcade box company to put the computers into an arcade box. I'm serious. And we would have consoles. I'm 100% serious on that. I would want the consoles looking like this. I don't care if it's a waste of money. It's the principle of the thing, all right? I want a goddamn rotary phone. I want a rotary phone in my damn console, okay? Physical buttons over touch every day. My guy, thank you. Thank you. Oh, it would look exactly like this. Now, don't get me wrong. We wouldn't use the 1960s electronics because that's poo-poo. There would be modern computers in here. They would just be inside consoles. That's all. Nobody under 30 would know how to use one. Dude,
That reminds me. Did you guys... Okay, last thing. I do have Kerbal ready to go. Would they come with Galaga pre-installed? Oh, yeah. Like, this is all fine and dandy. It's kind of like half console, half computer. But it's not... First of all, 4:3 aspect ratio. Second of all, we need consoles, man. Just consoles. It reminded me of one more thing, dude. One more thing, Jackie. Controller falling on the ground. Okay. Here. If you guys... There's a YouTube channel called Curious Mark. Curious Mark is run by a bunch of software nerds that restore vintage Apollo spaceflight hardware. Okay? This video popped up in my feed the other day, and I want to show you guys something ridiculous from it. We're not going to watch the whole video. Oh, Dawn. Yeah, I use that all the time. All right, here. I want to show Tessa, the rotary phone reminded me of this. It's unbelievable. They had... So... Curious Mark had a vintage field trip. You should go watch it. It's awesome. I've seen all this stuff, but the last time I was down on the Cape, when I did see all this was like 2015, and I didn't recognize really the significance of it. Like, I knew it was cool, but this is a tour of the U.S. Air Force Space and Missile Museum at the Cape, right? And it's all the vintage pads. There's a model of Vanguard, which Vanguard 1, if you know, you know. You want to hear something, Kerbal? Vanguard 1 went to launch in 1957. It blew up on the pad, and that was a model of the satellite right there. I didn't know this. It was that's a model of the satellite. The rocket blew up, payload fairing fell, crashed to the ground, broke off all the antennas, and that thing rolled into the bushes. They found it next to the pad in a bush. It blew up, the thing fell, and it rolled away. Like cartoons when the car crashes and the wheel goes rolling away. It did that. It rolled into a bushes like 200 feet, 1 to 200 feet from the pad. Wow, how Kerbal is that? Very Stay Putnik. Yeah, exactly, right? So there's this one part, Tessa, when they're showing the consoles that as a man who knows how to use a rotary phone, you and I think you would appreciate. Please do not handle equipment. That's a nice way of very respectfully saying don't touch anything. So these are the consoles from like Mercury Redstone and stuff, right? And dude, these things had logic, right? There was very, very basic transistor functions here, right? But yeah, and that's how they launched it. Flip a switch to start the oxidizer pump and flip a switch to start the liquid fuel pump. This is a manual ignition sequencer. Watch the video. It's just ridiculous. A manual ignition sequencer. Can you believe that? You got to flip the buttons. Hopefully you don't miss one. You miss one, it blows up. But that's what they had. A manual ignition sequencer. All right. There's one part that I want to show you. And it shows kind of some governing logic, which is just bananas to me. There's the transistors. Like, dude, can you imagine thinking this up in the 50s? That's like... This in the 50s is like AI to us, which is just... Okay. Where is it? 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 They showed some governing logic, which is banana... Dude, there it is. There it is. Look. Look. Watch the video. I just want to show this little part right here. Look.
The 10 megahertz from the cesium clock from somewhere. Run at NIST. And here's the countdown clock driven by telephone rotary steppers. Look.
I want to play that back one more time.
The 10 megahertz from the cesium clock from somewhere. Run at NIST. And here's the countdown clock driven by telephone rotary steppers. Look, Mom, the computer would be proud.
What? The countdown clock was driven by a rotary phone stepper. What? What? Dude, that's nuts. Oh my god. Okay. Last, please. Okay. Zap, you seeing this? It's freaking The countdown sequencers, rotary steppers. That's awesome. I still want Elon to get permission for the Navy to retire Vanguard. Oh, go grab Vanguard. Yeah, man, that would be awesome. Can't kill it. Bro, rotary steppers for a countdown clock. It's using a rotary phone to count digits. That's awesome. That's so cool. I'm sorry, I saw this and I had the most, like, the biggest shitting grin. Excuse me. I'm like, are you kidding? Wait, what? What? Looks like a slightly more advanced Antikythera mechanism. Dude. I spit my drink out. I'm like, wait, what? Whoa. That's a really good idea, but what the hell? Yeah, this is mechanical pornography. We can't show this on stream. It's so awesome, dude. But what else are you gonna have? Like, the rotary phone's perfect at doing that. Like, the stepper is perfect. That's a really good idea. I'm like, damn, that's really smart, but also a mechanical sequencing clock. Bro. Reliable at the time. I mean, Linux, I would say that this is still a good design by today's standards. It's just how you're going to interface this with a computer. That thing is great. It's not going to break. It'll never freaking break. Rotary phones will survive the apocalypse, man. And I pride myself on being able to use one. Very hard for that to fail. You got to hand it to him, right? Really smart. All right. Anyway, guys, I wanted to play Kerbal today. I said I was going to play Gear City, but now what I want to do is make a... I want to work on designing a reaction frame for the MLB. You can hate me if you want. Whatever. Tim Dodd, the everyday astronaut, had a video, and don't get me wrong, I don't want to show the whole video, but I will show you the exact point. We're not gonna watch the whole video because I want you guys to go subscribe to Tim's channel. He put in a lot of work to get that right. There is one particular part of the video where I was like, I can make that. I can make this. I can make this. It's a Unix system. I can make this. So this is Tim's video. Tim has a video where he's with Jeff Bezos and talking to Jeff Bezos about New Glenn and stuff. It is, dude, Jeff is a great STEM communicator. I will tell you this really, like, straight up. Watch the video. He's very good at explaining this. Like, his explanations are way better than mine. Way more simple, way more straight to the point, right? So they go to the launch pad and they get to see the transporter erector, and they also get to see the New Glenn pad up close, which is not small, all right? It was right here at about this point where they get to step up and look at the reaction frame. See the white piece right there? That's your launch plate, right? So SpaceX calls this a reaction frame, but what this is a structural piece that bolts, that gets held down to the pad, and that contains your hold down points. Having a modular assembly for this, it makes it so you can easily reconfigure your pad if you need to. If this looks really complicated, yes it is. It's extraordinarily complicated. Uncle Jeff got a lot of respect for how he did his tour. I know that guy gets a lot of crap. Yeah, I'm with you. I gained a lot of respect for the dude. I gained a lot of respect. You know, the guy likes space. He's a space nutcase. And as space flight fans, we always talk about, like, oh man, if, some of these billionaires would just spend some money on space, we'd be good to go. Well, we got two billionaires spending a lot of money on space right now. Elon and Jeff. And I love them both because they're both gung-ho about this. And it really shows with how Jeff is explaining it. If you've ever watched any Bezos interviews and stuff, like, you could tell he's, like, the guy's a logistics nerd. Like, Jeff Bezos would play workers and resources. He would love every second of that. But, like, just on a side note. But you can really tell the guy's gung-ho about space. And, dude, like, once again, I'm not trying to idolize billionaires or anything. I know how people feel about that. But let's just say I'm very thankful that somebody with frick you money is spending money on space flight. It's awesome, dude. Dude, the guy's such a nerd. I love it. I dig it, man. He would probably love that damn rotary phone, right? He plays workers every day. I mean, yeah, Amazon is just... All right, let's stop with that analogy right there. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm really happy for what that dude... The Blue is really showing their stuff lately, and it really makes me happy, right? It's better than watching millionaires kick a football. You're damn right it is, dude. I had to, sorry. No, I get it. Somebody has to get their kicks in, right? You got to stick it to those billionaires or something. Once again, I'm not trying to idolize billionaires. I'm just trying to point out that, look, you know, you'd think the head honcho, right, the big boss, wouldn't know every single facet of the vehicle that he's working on. But you could tell that Jeff could probably tell you what every bolt on this entire thing does. Like, same with Elon. Elon's the same way. I dig it, man. These guys, like, I've said this a lot. You don't get into the space flight industry to make a lot of money. You get into the space flight industry because you love space. I mean, it does pay pretty well, right? If you're an aerospace engineer, it pays pretty good, right? But I mean, you had to, first of all, you suffered for that high payment. Anyone that goes to engineering school, you know what I'm talking about. I've gotten a taste of that stuff, and I'm just like, differential equations. I want to die. No, I get it. I've gotten a taste, so I can only imagine. But, you know, you suffered for that high pay. But also, at the same time, like, you'd think he wouldn't know every single piece of this thing, but nope, he does. Guy's gung-ho about it, knows every single facet of this system. That's what I would be doing. And not that I'm comparable to him. I'm just some dumb Twitch streamer, you know what I mean? But anyway. He said he played Kerbal, by the way. He said he's not good at KSP, which is interesting. Holding SpaceX up with lawsuits is unfortunate for spaceflight. Yeah. Katanga, I'm with you on that one. I 100% agree. But I think that was the old Blue Origin CEO. That was Bob Smith. Bob Smith was legacy space. I mean, did okay with what he did, but not a lot of people know that the BE-4 had a catastrophic design flaw, and they figured it out in 2017, and it set them back by a long margin. Catastrophic design flaw means your testing wasn't good enough. It speaks volumes, right, about management, right? Because the engineers are going to do the engineering, but the management is what keeps that engineering on track, right? Like
Discovery,
Jeff talked about operational excellence, which is actually super cool. Give you good insight into how that guy's mind works. Like, no, it's got to be perfect. It's got to be perfect. It's got to be perfect. Because if it's not perfect, why are we doing it? I kind of admire that. The perfectionist there. I know that being a perfectionist has flaws. I get it. But Catch Sing, 87-month resub. Thank you. Differential equations. Yo, dog, I heard you like equations. So we got you equations for your equations so you can equation while you equation. That's pretty much it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. When you're getting the join button on YouTube. Yeah. I gotta get the partnership thing going with YouTube, Joe. Yeah. Gotta stay on me about that or I'll forget because I'm trying to memorize nuts and bolts of every rocket, which is hard to do. But anyway, all right. So, yeah, I got a lot of respect for Jeff. I really admire what he does. That doesn't mean you need to idolize billionaires. I'm just saying that just pointing out that the guy knows what he's talking about. I appreciate that. I really appreciate it that this guy with bajillions of freaking dollars is willing to spend bajillions of freaking dollars on advancing spaceflight. That really makes me happy. That's really cool. Anyway, so this is the point in the video where I was like, I can make that. I can make that in KSP. Yeah, I should be able to make that. It shouldn't be a problem. We can make that. Yeah, why couldn't we? We can make this in KSP. Sure. I was just kind of playing out this whole system, and I'm like, yeah, that can be done. The reason why this reaction frame piece, or just launch plate, it's a toroidal shape, so it looks like a donut, but it's a donut with a hexagon inside, right? Now, here's the thing. The collider box on this, so see right there how I'm not highlighting the part, but if I move the mouse to the side, it highlights. the collider box for this toroidal structural piece in Kerbal is that exact shape.
Discovery,
Hey,
go
Liliana,
and throttle up.
63-month resub. Tier 2. How goes that F-16 life? How goes that F-16 life? Oh, hi, Mark. There's one difference, the Kraken. I can beat the Kraken. So Blue Origin has IP theft from Squad. But, yeah. Anyway, oh yeah, that's right, Katanga, yeah. Dave Limp, the new CEO, seems to have taken Blue in a new direction, and I think Jeff got fed up with what Bob Smith was doing, and then that's when he decided to go work on Blue with Dave Limp. Dave Limp is the guy that kind of brought Alexa and Amazon Fire TV and stuff to market, so he's pretty well versed in mass production of things, and the guy's super cool. He posts pictures about this all the time. He's really fixing their outreach. They've been super cool about this stuff. Like, they haven't, to my knowledge, they haven't gone like crazy lawyer on stuff lately, which is good. That's great, man. Good. I'm really happy because Blue is like 10,000 strong. It's a big company. They's broken. Go figure that aircraft don't like flying 4,000 hours past their service life. Cracks. 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 Yep. Anyway. Worst, your older brother was accepted to the Air Force Academy. His last physical before he graduated high school. He was still nursing a broken ankle from football. They decided he wouldn't qualify for flight school. He ended up not going. Took all of 4 years of his high school to get a nomination and compete against others for a few spots and didn't go. Oh. Right, your ankle heals. It's fine. Anyway, so I saw this and I saw how they have the plates set up with a hexagonal outside and a conic or a cylindric outside and a hexagonal inside. I'm like, I can make this in KSP. We can make that. I can build this. Now, once again, this is Tim's video. I have it right from Tim not to watch the video, like clips, like just a little pause on the video like this is good. Please go over there. I can't ask you guys enough. Go over there, hit that subscribe button for Timmy. Dude, this video is awesome. It is a freaking treat seeing this infrastructure up close. They walk up next to the transporter erector for this thing, and dude, it's like the transporter erector is 2 stories tall. Oh, look, here's an ad. Oh, yeah, that's great. Yeah, dude. Holy crap. I'm telling you, watch it. It's unbelievable. Unfreaking real. Now, this is the part that I want right here. The reason why is because I can use this for reference to make this thing. Not that one, boss. Those new hollow pieces have collision boxes very close to that model. No, Tessa, that one is pretty right. It's pretty close. Dude, that is a monster of a vehicle. The transporter erector is beast. It's so freaking cool. Now, just do it. Don't let your dreams be dreams. Yeah. Now, little curious things here that I noticed. Curious things that I noticed. And once again, we're not going to watch that whole video. I'm just going to keep this up for reference, right? I noticed a couple of things about that launcher. So, fellas, look. Just peep this real quick. These look like they're just attached, right? They're just kind of attached to the structural plate. Those are the hold pieces. This is a structural piece that holds the plate, right? It holds the plate that New Glenn is bolted to. This is what the actual thrust structure will be attached to, right? I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is probably all modular. And it seems like the TE can be reconfigured for a slightly bigger core size. Yeah. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that. Why so much space right here? And why so much space over there? Why leave that big of a margin? This is just going to make it so you have to beef up the structural component here. I'm going to go ahead and say that judging by the size of the flame trench, the width of the flame duct, the width of the flame deflector, you got to watch the video to see it. But Judging by all that, it looks like this whole structure can use could accept a much bigger core. I'm just, once again, I'm pulling it out of my tail. I could be 100% wrong, but it looks like how they have this configured seems to be similar to how SpaceX has a modular reaction frame that can support like Falcon Heavy or Falcon 9. Now, no, we're not going to see New Glenn Heavy. I mean, that would be pretty cool, but I don't think that's what they have in mind here. I'm talking about a bigger core diameter rocket. So I'm talking about like maybe a 9-meter diameter or a 10-meter diameter rocket. It looks like all these systems could accept it pretty easily, right? New Armstrong, bingo. They're looking to scale their architecture. Now, Thomas, you asked me what other pad do I think Blue is going to take? New Glenn is a 7-meter core, Jillian. 7-meter. It's about the size, about the same size as Saturn 1B, but a lot taller. It is a core diameter that's similar to a Saturn 1B, but it's as tall as a Saturn 5. Methane, if you're wondering. Yeah. And it can move somewhere. Funny story. Its payload capacity is like half of. It's like halfway in between Saturn 1B and Saturn 5. Actually, it's closer to Saturn 1B. New Glenn, I think, is 40 tons, Leo. 40 to 50 tons, which is... That's pretty good. 7-meter fairing. Great for EOR architecture, Earth Orbit Rendezvous architecture for lunar exploration. It's built for that. It's built to fill a similar role that the Saturn 1B would have done if NASA hadn't gotten the Saturn 5 working. Which brings me to answering your question, Thomas. Jeff Bezos was talking about using another pad right after they discussed LC-37. I noticed that, Aiden. Yeah, so Slick 36 is down here. And in the video, so Slick 36 it's actually 3 launch pads here, 2 launch complexes. This is the former LC-11 right there. LC-11 looked like that. They've converted it. The blockhouse that Jeff Bezos was talking about was the blockhouse for Slick 36 A and B. Slick 36 AB was a 2-pad launch complex right there. A and B right there, twin pad. And it was used for Atlas Centaur. Yeah, the first Centaur stage took off from here. And it was used until the early 2000s, like 2003 or 2004, launching Atlas 3s. Jeff talked about that in the video. But, yeah, pretty cool. Blue has done some modifications over the years. I mean, but the blockhouse is the Slick 36AB blockhouse, which is pretty cool. That's when they used to sit, launch control used to sit next to the damn rockets. Now, they weren't doing that until into the 2000s, but it's still cool. It's still cool to have it. And I'm actually kind of pumped that he just kept it with all of its periscopes, because Jeff Bezos is a space history nerd, which, and just from what I can tell from the video, seems to be a very big history nerd in general, which, as a history nerd myself, I appreciate that. Anyway, look at this. See how wide the flame trench is? See how wide? See how wide it is? See how wide the TE arms are relative to the reaction plate? This is all modular, and you could build a much bigger rocket with this. You don't make a flame trench that's 3 times your core diameter size for no reason. Yeah, you don't need to do that, right? Which is pretty rad. Like, that's that piece that I was telling you guys about. Tim and Jeff in the video were standing right here looking at it, and the transporter erector was in the down position, but still. So, which brings me to my next point, lunar orbit rendezvous. Jeff seemed to have a lot of knowledge in Tim's video about Slick 37. And he made it a very big point to mention that Delta IV Heavy is being retired. He did also talk about Falcon Heavy, which is super cool. Which, once again, tells me that the guy is a superb space nerd. Which, great. Good. Excellent. So, Slick 37. The interesting thing about Slick 37... Slick 37 is a twin-pad launch complex. Not a lot of people know that. Just like Slick 36. It's a 2-pad launch complex. There's 37A and 37B. This was originally built for the Apollo program. Slick 37 is a Saturn 1B launch complex originally. That's where the fixed service structure towers for the Saturn 1B were. And then the Saturn 1B used a pedestal design for Slick 37 with removable flame trenches, removable flame diverters, right? And the flame diverters, you could see from the old railroad tracks that they could move back and forth between pads. It was a twin pad launch complex. Why was it a twin pad launch complex? Why would you do that? Especially since you have LC-34, which is a Saturn 1B launch complex as well. That pad right there is where, unfortunately, Apollo 1 happened, but that's where Apollo 7 also happened, the first successful flight of the Block 2 Apollo CSM, also with removable flame diverters. That launch pedestal is still there. 37 was built right next to it for twin pad architecture with a single fixed service or single mobile service tower for integration. So, why do I bring all this up? Let me get a picture. So, Slick 37 was built as a launch complex that was designed to use EOR, Earth Orbit Rendezvous, for the Apollo program. Now, this was built as a backup in case the Saturn V wasn't ready. What does that mean? So, this is a twin pad complex capable of launching Saturn 1Bs in pretty rapid succession, right? You have a single LOX facility, RP1. There's a hydrogen facility here somewhere, but
Discovery,
you
go and throttle up.
could basically tee up two Saturn 1Bs really quickly, and you had one mobile service tower that could actually move back and forth between the pads, right? Hey, Kelly, 67-month resub. Now, I told you, and keep in mind, this is a theory from me. It's probably wrong. Maybe I'm connecting dots that aren't there, which is most likely. New Glenn, we know, has a contract with NASA for SLD, Sustainable Lunar Development. And Blue Origin is working on an architecture. They're working on an architecture for EOR, Earth Orbit Rendezvous, for lunar development, meaning they're going to launch a lander, they're going to refuel it, and then send the lander out. That requires quick succession of launches, right? And a high launch cadence. Now, SpaceX's HLS, which is the other lunar lander that we're going to field, right? SpaceX also needs high launch cadence, and SpaceX's idea is, landing the booster right back on the pad and catching it, which will be righteous, by the way, when that happens, and I think it will. I'm thinking October now, guys, from what I've seen. Be sure to watch NSF, the NSF breakdown, super helpful, right? So, they're aiming to put the launch, put the booster right back on the pad and launching in quick succession that way. Blue is kind of, I want to say, taking a more quote-unquote conventional approach. They're trying to make New Glenn highly reusable, but with how SLD is set up, it looks like they're going to need a lot of launches in rapid succession. Jeff said that Slick 36 Blue Origin needs other pads besides Slick 36 to up their launch cadence. Now, you don't up your launch cadence unless you have a lot of things to launch. New Glenn's Sustainable Lunar Development Program needs a high launch cadence. And I'm starting to think that I thought Slick 37 was going to go to SpaceX, and we still don't know. The jury's still out on that one because ULA basically stopped using the pad because Delta stopped flying because they replaced it with Vulcan, right? And Vulcan doesn't use this pad. So this pad is on its way out. It's basically vacant. What I'm wondering is because this is a twin pad launch complex, what I'm wondering is if Blue is going to make this a twin pad New Glenn complex. Could be pulling it out of my tail, but it makes sense when you think about it. This already has the provisions, and it's already been graded to take a gigantically heavy load for a rocket that's about 6.6 meters. New Glenn is 7 meters, a little bit taller, but the loads that are induced are kind of similar to a Saturn 1B. New Glenn is a little bit heavier, don't get me wrong, right? But also, twin pad complex, kind of ready to go. Actually, 3, if you really want to be technical. The original Apollo pads are right here. That's the original Slick 37B. That's the original Slick A. And they built this to do EOR for Apollo in case the Saturn V didn't work. They were going to launch a LEM into space, launch a S4B into space, and then launch a CSM into space, couple that all together in space, and then send it to the moon if the Saturn V couldn't lug all 3 of those things into space in one shot. Now, the Saturn V did work, so they stopped using this pad, and it was actually abandoned for a long time until the 2000s. Till the early 2000s or the late 90s when Delta IV took it over, right? I'm honestly wondering if we're going to get a twin pad complex here. Does Blue have any West Coast pads? Not that I know of. Pixie. What if Blue uses 37 for New Glenn while Slick 36 gets converted for NA? Maybe. For New Armstrong? They're making a brand new one at Vandenberg called Slick 9. Ah, there you go. I knew they were doing something. Stream's been on for an hour. Did I miss the part about the Apollo crew abort slide? Wait, what? No. No, there's Step. But, yeah, that was, I have a theory, Thomas. You asked me what pad. That's my theory. Now that I'm thinking, I mean, Jeff knew a lot about Slick 37 comparatively to every other pad on the complex. He knew that the landing pads were for Falcon Heavy. So, former LC-13, right? But he knew the VAB. He didn't talk about 40. He didn't talk about 41. But he knew a lot about Slick 37 and Delta Force pad, which is kind of curious. The booster strikes are beast mode, Ordon, yeah. Bring it up with guys on the Flame Trench. They'll probably say I'm crazy, as per usual. But that's my theory. I thought that this was going to be a Falcon 9 launch complex. Honestly. I thought SpaceX was going to scoop up Slick 37 because they scooped up the West Coast Delta IV pad. They scooped up Slick 6. So I thought it was only right for SpaceX to scoop this one up too. And I thought SpaceX was going to use it as a twin pad for Falcon 9. But it's very clear that Jeff has his eyes on it because he knew a lot about it. Knew a lot about that pad, which is kind of weird. He didn't talk about 40. He didn't talk about 41. He didn't talk about 30. He talked about 34 for a second. And he knew about the Falcon Heavy landing pads. But he knew a lot about Slick 36. Now, maybe I'm reading too much into it. Possibly. Probably. But also, Jeff doesn't seem like the kind of guy that would waste time learning stuff that isn't valuable to his company. You know what I mean? Like, you don't get to his position and just know useless information. The information is calculated. Everything you do is calculated when you have that much cash. I'm sorry, like, maybe I'm reading too much into it. Hey, Nearly, what's going on, man? So, I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. Maybe I'm not. But anyway. I can build this. I can build at least a replica of New Glenn's infrastructure, and I have the perfect vehicle to do it. I was calling the same theory regarding Blue as well, because if they're reusing their launch vehicle and they have more systems developed in the pipeline, in the trend of the space industry, they're going to need another pad. Rocket Guy, Jeff said in Tim's video that they want to increase launch cadence. So, and then he thought of that right after talking about Slick 37, which he knew a lot about. Very interesting. Like, dude, I don't know, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I think Jeff is eyeing a twin pad launch complex. I think that's what he's doing. I think he has his eyes on Slick 37 because it has 2 pads. Because it has that terrain graded already to support heavy launch vehicles. It's all the infrastructure's there already. Look into 12 if they don't take 41. 12 is like right next to this. He didn't talk about 12 too much, but yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. But once again, maybe I just want to see a twin New Glenn launch pad. Maybe I want to see a twin Falcon 9 launch pad too. Greedy, man. That would make so much sense. But yeah, I'm with you calling 36. Yeah. It's... And Rocket Guy, I think another assessment here would be that I think that they didn't make 36 back into a twin pad launch complex, because 36 is where they've done a lot of testing as well. It's also, there's a lot of test stands on that area as well. So I think that's the reason why they didn't make it like that, because they're doing a lot of testing out there. So I think I get it. I think one launch pad for supporting a heavy ship with lots of fuel and probably fuel lines for filling the tanks up, then another for landing with no fuel on the ground around the pad. There's not really. I'm talking about 2 launch pads. Like 2 launch pads next to each other. Do you think New Glenn will launch before or after Flight 5? The launch window... So, I think, Grimlock, I think Starship is going to launch sometime in October. Maybe first or second week of October. The launch window for New Glenn opens up on the 14th. That's when we're in phase with Mars. That's the Mars transfer window. He talked about that in Tim's video. I think that's... It's going to be close. It's going to be close. Regardless, Blue Origin will need another launch complex. So you're saying October Sky launches? Yeah, baby. I mean, Rocket Guy, what other pad would they have? What other complexes are on the hook that has that type of infrastructure? Just out of curiosity. I mean, Goalie, you said Launch Complex 12. I mean, so just another quick note, just in case anybody needs some context here. Why are they pining for a pad that already exists? Why not just build another one, like right next to it? Well, here's the thing. This is swamp. See? It's swamp. The water table, because you're close to the ocean, is extremely high. You have to grade stuff. And grading takes time. Moving dirt around is expensive. So taking a pad that already has the electrical infrastructure, industrial electricity, and also has the terrain graded to accept heavy loads, you could save a good chunk of cash doing that. The thing about it, though, is that Blue needs a pad that's suitable for a gigantic freaking rocket. I mean, this whole complex right here is no joke. So, Goalie, you said 12. That's LC-12 right there. Maybe. It's possible. But 12 is going to need a much... You're going to need a much bigger footprint than this. Like, look at the size of this dang thing. Even if you take away all the commodities and test stand areas that are over here, you need this at the bare minimum. So unless they were going to build, like, another hangar right here and build another pad right there and have one pad going that way and the other one going that way, I'm not sure that makes a lot of sense, but it's possible. It's close to the Falcon 9 landing pads. Ordon, something also curious that we figured out, that SpaceX is letting the lease contract for LC-13, LZ-1 expire. Yeah, that's in hard writing. SpaceX is vacating this site. This is a former Atlas launch pad that SpaceX just paved over and made landing pads for. Why would that be? Don't know. 2 paper notes. We read a report about future Cape Canaveral Space Force Station infrastructure and expansion of facilities because the Space Force wants to expand their presence on the Space Coast. That kind of makes sense, right? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And in that paper, which was from the Space Force, right? It said that SpaceX is letting the lease lapse on LC-13. It also said that ULA is letting the lease lapse on Slick 37B, which isn't something we didn't know. But it also said here that it has the prospective new lessee for this has not been found out yet. They don't know. They didn't have a customer for this pad just yet. Perhaps they plan on drone ship landings and switching to Starship. Seems a bit soon, though. I agree, King. Yeah, I agree with that. That makes a lot of sense. They are building another drone ship. Does make sense. They're building a 4th drone ship. So, building a 4th drone ship should be able to support the cadence just fine. Interestingly enough. It's a good question, though. Would New Glenn have RTLS capability for lunar launches? No, probably not, T-Money. SpaceX is handing those over around the summer of next year, if I recall correctly. If they plan on landing starships at 39A, might as well throw Falcons at it in the meantime. Yeah, Beryl, that's the other thing I was thinking. You know, you have a lot of extra space up here at 39. You might as well, right? Might as well just put the landing pad here. Which, it's already there. I mean, it's very clear that from Vandenberg, you know, landing that close to the pad is totally okay. The thing is, they're going to need another one because Falcon Heavy, right? Because Falcon Heavy landings. Why so many launch sites? Pigeon, all these launch sites were built during the Cold War to test missiles. And, well, all these are for missiles. Atlas and Titan missile testing. But a lot of these launch sites were built for space program. Like the biggest ones. The biggest ones were built for NASA, believe it or not. Yeah, close shore drone ship landing, Zordon. Yep. Personally, I think we should. But yeah, Goalie, I don't see them using 12. If SpaceX lets the lease expire on this and they need 12 and 13, 12 and 13 is enough to build another New Glenn's pad. Yeah, that's enough space. It should be. That is going to require a lot of modification to the sites, though, just like it required a lot of modification here. Yeah, just a thought. Actually, let me measure something. I just want to see something very, very quick. You guys don't mind, just humor me for a second. Tip of the flame trench to back of the integration complex is almost a kilometer. Let's just say, for argument's sake, for the splash, it's a kilometer, right? Safe to assume you watched Tim's video? Yep. Yeah, expressing interest isn't awarding a lease, though, Creeper. But yeah, you could fit it. It could fit there. There's enough space. And yeah, there's enough space. You're gonna have to do a lot of grading right here, though. But there definitely is enough space. Actually, just let me check one more thing before we jump into KSP. Yeah. Yeah, they had to grade all of this right here for that big HIF. And part of it is on Slick 36B. Part of it, not all of it. See? Yeah, this was ungraded terrain. They had to grade it, and they had to grade it to put that heavy building in there with that heavy transporter erector. So, yeah. Dude, watch Tim's video, man. Slick 36 is huge. It's a 39A sized pad. Seriously, this is... It's as big as, the complex is as big as 39. Blue expanded it big time. It's just a weird shape because they put all this, there's all this kind of paraphernalia up here for testing. That's why it's covering the footprint in a kind of a weird way. Yeah, it's possible. They could do it. They could make it work with 12. Sure. They could build another one. And if they let the lease expire on 13, 13 already has a lot of grading right there. And it's yeah, those two pads are definitely big enough to do that. The footprint is big enough. I was curious. I was wondering if it was, but Blue's already doing something at 12, so who knows? There's enough space, interestingly enough. All right, anyway, let's get the music going. No, I don't care about football. Go away. Are there any modern crew abort systems built into the launch pads? Why would an abort system be... Oh. 39A has the slide wire baskets. So does Slick 40, so does Slick 41, and 39B. Yeah. That's too... Gotta balance the audio out better. There we go. All right, so let's take a look at this. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna temporarily, I want to attach this piece and I want it centered. The reason why I put the nose cones on this is because I didn't want the plate attaching to one of the side motors. So we'll just leave that like that and just call them plugs there. So my medium launch vehicle has a very similar footprint. You know, it would be cool if you did a UHC mode like DOS, but with your custom parts. I don't understand how that's any different from like a mission mode thing, but yeah, that'd be cool. So where's my umbilical? I put my umbilical on A side like that. Okay. Okay. Now, the thing is we're going to run into the same problems as the SSTO. The SSTO is going to have a similar issue here. I had the sudden realization the other day that they said the fuel flows into the engine nozzle and cools the nozzle, preventing the nozzle from melting in the heat of explosive reaction. Yeah. Yeah, there's channels. The nozzle is hollow. On, like, yeah. Here, I'll show you. An RL-10 is always a good example of showing this. So check this out. If you look at a Aerojet Rocketdyne or L3 Harris RL-10, you see this? See this ridge structure right here? Doesn't the same fuel also get boiled into a hot gas moments before hitting the nozzle? Yeah. Yes, Deb. So, here, you want me to really blow your mind? See this motor? See the RL-10? Check this out. So the propellant goes, the liquid hydrogen goes through these channels. It goes up and down. This thing, see these rings right here? And see how it's ridged? This is just brazed tubes. Seriously. It's made like there's just a pipe. And they take a pipe and it's bent in the shape of the nozzle. And then they just go all the way around, and then they're brazed together. That's how they made cooling channels on rockets in the 60s. It's made like a barrel. Same idea. Like a Wild West barrel. It's just a bunch of pieces of bent wood, right? And then they have these iron bands around them. That. Same thing. Only not wood. You have tubing that's probably made out of Inco or steel or, well, no, not steel, aluminum, or it could be copper. It depends, right? So the propellant flows up and down these tubes, right? And the hydrogen does turn to hot gas. Sure, absolutely. What the engine does with it from there is it goes into a manifold, right? It goes around, right? Goes through here and up here and drives the turbine for the pumps. That hot hydrogen gas drives the turbine. Yeah. With an RL-10, you have two impellers, two fluid impellers here. There's your main valves. One valve there, one valve there. These are pre-valves, okay? The pre-valves are before the impeller, right? So your propellant, your liquid hydrogen comes through here, moves through there, right? It moves around through the radial impeller, pushes it through here, through your main valve, right? It goes down into this manifold right here, and then goes up and down these damn tubes, right? Goes all the way up to the throat, comes out here, goes in there, turns the turbine, right? That turbine drives the impeller pump. But in between the turbine and the impeller pump is a gearbox. There's a gear right here, and then there's a gear at the bottom of your LOX impeller too. The RL-10 has a transmission on it. Yeah, it has a transmission. There's a gearbox right there. So it does use that, it uses that heated gas to drive the turbine to make the engine work. It's called an expander cycle. Yeah. It's been a thing since the 60s. Pretty cool, huh? How do you even begin to design these? B Aerojet in the 60s. Yeah. Yeah. RL-10s have been made this way for the better part of 50 years. They never changed it because it works, right? Nowadays, L3 Harris and ULA are looking at 3D printing this whole thing. Yeah, using a sinterer. Interesting thing here for the real technical nerds. The sintered design leaves an abrasive surface inside of the cooling channels, and that abrasive surface causes turbulent flow in the propellants. That actually makes the motor more efficient. Yeah. Destin, smarter every day. Yeah, really cool. It causes turbulent flow in this instead of smooth flow through the pipes. That turbulent flow unsettles the hydrogen and actually makes it turn to gas. You get more gas out of it, which is pretty cool. Yep. Now, you want to hear something really crazy? So the RL-10 takes that gaseous hydrogen and dumps it overboard, depending on the design. In the 70s, they thought about this and made this bad boy. That thing does the same thing. That's a space shuttle main engine, or an RS-25. Now, they came up with this crazy idea, right? Take that hydrogen gas, that hot hydrogen gas, obviously use it to drive an impeller, to drive the turbines, right? But instead of just using the hydrogen gas to drive a power head, right? Some crazy melon farmer came up with the idea of taking that hydrogen gas and injecting it with a tiny little amount of liquid oxygen. Okay? What that does is basically takes your power head, your turbo pump, and turns it into a jet engine, right? They reheat the propellant, just like an afterburner would. Same idea. And then they take the hot hydrogen LOX mixture in the preburner, set it on fire, right? And it basically creates a gaseous hydrogen mixture that, because of that explosion, it causes the hydrogen to spread out really, 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 really far, right? You know, gases, when they heat up, they expand. Ideal gas law, right? From there, they take that superheated hydrogen. It's not superheated, but I just said that because it sounds cool. They take that superheated hydrogen gas after basically turning the turbine on your hydrogen power head here into a jet engine, a hydrogen jet engine. They take that mixture and they throw it into the rocket engine. And then hit it with more liquid oxygen after that. It makes an insanely powerful explosion. Fuel-rich stage combustion is what it's called. Yeah. Really smart for the time. Insanely smart. The space shuttle engine basically has a hydrogen jet engine afterburner shooting into the injector plate, which is genius because it's easier to get hydrogen gas to atomize with liquid oxygen when it's easier to get hydrogen to atomize when it's a gas with liquid oxygen. You get a way more efficient and way more powerful explosion if you spread that hydrogen out into like a vaporous mixture and then you shoot liquid oxygen into it and blow that up instead. The space shuttle engine has a hydrogen jet engine afterburning into the intake of the rocket, into the injector plate. That's why this thing is not called a turbo pump. It's called a preburner as opposed to an afterburner. An afterburner blows up stuff after your main combustion. A preburner blows up stuff before your main combustion. It's a jet engine shooting into a rocket engine. Crazy, right? Blue's LPV-1 is being hooked up to the tug to head offshore. If this is for testing, they have an FCC permit for a helicopter that would be evolved to act as GS-1 to test the onboard antennas. Cool, Thomas. Disregard your last. Oh, okay. Crazy, right? Yeah, it's a jet engine that's shooting into a rocket engine. Crazier part about this, fast forward to 2016. Raptor engines. Everybody sees like a Raptor 3. Raptor 3 is so crazy. Raptor 3 is so crazy. Yeah, it is. It's nuts. But the crazier thing is what Raptor does in general. So the shuttle engine did that with the fuel preburner. Okay, with the fuel side of things. They made the turbo pump into a jet engine that shoots fuel, gaseous fuel, into the injector plate. What Raptor does is shoot gaseous methane and gaseous oxygen. These are, right there and right there are two jet engines that have, one has an extremely oxidizer-rich exhaust, and the other one has an extremely methane-rich exhaust. And though the gaseous methane and the gaseous oxidizer meet in the injector plate to make a righteously powerful explosion. This has two preburners on it. That's a full flow staged combustion cycle. Staged combustion, meaning you have combustion before your combustion. The idea here is to get your oxidizer and methane to spread out as much as possible. The further spread out they are, right, the more opportunity for methane and oxygen to atomize together and make a nice big explosion. Yep. Raptor 3s have been firing at McGregor. Yep. And the fact that SpaceX condensed it down to that is ridiculous. But anyway. Let's build out our pad. Our Raptors Methalox. They use liquid methane and liquid oxygen. Yep. So, we're gonna have hold down points. Yes. No problem, West. The version 1 is always just make it work. Does Starship use densified locks like Falcon 9? Yes. You think switching Raptors to Hydrolocks would be possible? For instance, in the future on the moon, they only have H2O available for making fuel. Marcon, it's a good question. A fair question, for sure. I think that it would be better to clean sheet. Vargon just joined. What are we building? I'm building a pad for this, a launch erector for this based off of New Glenn's design. No, Marcon, you'd have to change so much stuff, it would be better to just clean sheet a design. However, hang on, I have to... You'd probably be better off bringing the carbon with you. Marcon, instead of trying to redo Raptor to get it to use Hydrolocks to make it more sustainable when you're out in deep space, honestly, bring the carbon with you. Like, just have the amount of carbon here, like in a solid payload, and just like land a big lump of carbon on the freaking moon and use that with hydrogen and oxygen to make methane and oxidizer. That would probably be easier. Dude, propulsion is so freaking hard to get right. It's so difficult to get right. Yeah. All the stuff that I just explained to you guys with fuel-rich stage combustion using Hydrolocks, full-flow stage combustion using Methalox, expander cycles, it took years to figure this stuff out. We're talking, that's a technological progression over like 60 years. The propulsion is difficult to get right, and it's frankly ridiculous that SpaceX has done it as fast as they have, but yeah. Okay, so we have our pedestal for the rocket. I'm pretty dang sure we have the clearance here, Clarence, to make this all work. I'm not sure if a thermal bearing is going to be able to hold this thing up. Here, let's test. Up. That's alright. I clicked the wrong button. Gotta put the plugs on the nozzles again. Okay, gotta get that lined up. And now I'll hit save just in case I screw it up again. Take that off here. Take that off. I need to reroute to the docking port, right? Let's empty this thing. Get all the fuel out of the tanks. We can keep the payload mass up there. You done messed up, EEJ? Yeah. Alright, so what I want to do is test out this thing being like a pedestal, being all pedestal-like. This is probably going to end extremely poorly. But, you know what? We'll put some struts in here just so we can load this thing up and not have it break on us right away. Hey, new kid. Alright, so I need to see if this plate can hold this thing up. Oh, not ready. SVI set on that, SVI set on that. I'm not sure if these hold down points will be able to hold this thing, but we'll see. We'll see. It's Edge from Bakalaka Daka Step. Get it right. Dude, I really want to play Workers. I'm sorry, I have grandiose plans now that we have money. Oh, I have grandiose plans. Edge's got the winning plan. Edge. Hey, Cal, what's going on, man? I'm just building launchpad structures. Sorry, I watched Tim's video with, Tim Dodd's video with Jeff, looking at New Glen's pad up close, and I'm like, I want to make that in Kerbal. I want to make that in Kerbal. I'm gonna make that in KSP. I'm gonna make the frick out of that. So, let's go down here. Edge's got the winning plan. Alright, so let's disconnect this, and either it's gonna stay up or it's going to fall over and explode. Edge streaming live today. Okay. Alright. Let's play with house money. Let's disconnect it and see if this thing can just straight up hold this thing. Ready? Cheats. Stand by for loud noises. Headphone users, you have 10 seconds to comply. Told you. You're warned. Should probably figure that out. Yeah, we should probably figure that one out. Probably figure out a way to make that not happen. Get off of me! Get off of me, you piece of crap! Come on, get off! Get off of there! Ground is coming up pretty quick. Oh, now you're going. Oh, I see how it is. Do we have a range abort or something? Because that's, yeah, okay. All right. We got a buff out. Mission failed. We'll get him next time. Okay, so structurally, we are very good. Structurally, this is great. That is working. I think we made it structurally work too good. You know, like we may have made that work a little too well. Well, the Chinese rocket didn't leave. Did the Chinese static fire? That rocket didn't take the pad with it. It left part of the rocket on the pad. Yeah. Tech. Yeah. So, you know. I think our thrusters were overheating. We've had an anomaly. Yeah, my hold down point got stuck, which is fine. That's okay. It's streaming live today. We might want to not have that like there. So what does it do if you secure the pad with clamps? That would probably be a lot more like the static fire test. But will it hold it fully fueled? That's another question. Okay.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Derek gifted 5 subs? Thanks, man. How's the new job, dude? I assume if you're gifting subs that it's probably going all right. Got your first page. All right. Hey, there you go. Look at you. Nice, man. Congratulations. All right, so that's not a bad idea. We just gotta figure out a way to get that out of the way. So it can, you know, separate and not explode. Probably a good thing. It was going good until the ramming ball fuel is stored in the balls. Okay, I'm gonna use one of my hybrid tech hinge clamperinos. Okay. It's streaming live today. All right, so I modified my hinge, so we gotta change the design, or we gotta do another test. So what I'm gonna do is we need stay put, Nick. Okay, Marvin is going to command this test stand. And then we need a Cal controller here next to Marvin. What I want here for this Cal is the launch sensor. Okay, so we want play sequence combined to toggle 3, then go to your launch sequencer here and click on the docking port right there. We need undock. Key the undock, right? And then we need this thing. I'm gonna see if what it does with that thing unlocked, just out of curiosity. Target angle. We need to go from 0 to -90. Plus in another point. 0.5, set 0.5 value to 0. Sometimes it pays to just give it a little bit of a separation and then undock. Got to be quicker than that. That's fine, if that even works. Seems like you do this full-time, EJ. Is this a full-time job for you? Sorry, I'm kind of new here. Cal, it's been my full-time job since September 18th, 2015. Yep. Or no, technically September 19th. Okay. 18th was my last day at my other job. I've been streaming for 14 years. I'd streamed a little bit in like mid 2012, dude, playing like StarCraft and stuff. StarCraft 2, because that was like kind of super popular at the time. But Kerbal came out, and I first played Kerbal in August of 2012. And I played it so much that I completely forgot about streaming. And then by the time December rolled around, this is the condensed version. By the time December rolled around, my buddies convinced me to stream Kerbal on the regular, because I was like, no, no one's gonna care what I play. Like, people watching people play video games, that's ridiculous. That only works for like professional StarCraft players and professional Counter-Strike players. It's never gonna work with that. And then, like, it kind of clicked. I had been watching the Day 9 Daily for a long time, and that's educational content. So I'm like, okay. I had winter break from work. I took a week off the last week of December, so like Christmas and New Year's 2012, right? And at the beginning of that break was basically where I said, I'm going to commit to streaming a certain amount of hours a week, playing Kerbal, and see where it takes us, right? So that's what I did. So December 23rd, 2012 is kind of how I look at my, that's when I started streaming. That's when I decided, that point where I decided to commit to doing it a lot is when I started streaming. I'd streamed before that, but yeah. I've been streaming. At the very least, those early schedules were Monday, Wednesday, Friday for 3 hours each day. So at the very least, I've been streaming 9 hours every week since 2012. At the very least, not barring vacation. Nowadays, I stream 50 hours a week. And we've been locked into this 50-hour-a-week schedule, noontime to 10 p.m. I started really doing that in late 2015. It went up to 16-hour-a-day streams during COVID because I know people needed something to watch. So it was like 60, 70 hours a week during the pandemic. But yeah, it's 50 hours a week minimum. Been doing that. Been locked into that schedule basically since early 2016. Twelve 17-12 was your last day of work to injury, and you haven't been back. Damn. Well, you're okay. I mean, that was a little while ago. Yeah, that's the short version of my streaming career. Yeah, I've been doing this full time since September 19th, 2015. I was working from basically 2012. So 2012, I decided to stream 9 hours a week. And then in 2013, that grew to like 30 hours a week. By the time 2014 rolled around, I was streaming 40 hours a week. And also working 40 hours a week on a loading dock, if you really want to know. Yeah, logistics. It's my thing. I like it. I'm a fan. Rocket logistics is the best, though. And I said to myself, you know, it was getting tough. It was getting hard to do this in, work 16-hour days. I mean, little did I know, pandemic later, but, go work 8 hours on the loading dock, stocking shelves at a Best Buy, and then come home and stream for 8 hours after that. It was getting to be a little much, and I told myself at the time that if I get to the point where the stream makes more money than my job, I'll stop. I'll quit the job. So stream was going 40 hours, basically 30 to 40 hours a week, 2014 into 2015. 2015 on April 12th. It was April 12th. April 12th. Yuri Day. Holy shoot. Why did I never make that? Dude, we got partnered on April 12th, 2015. That's Yuri's day. April 12th is a significant date in spaceflight. That was the first time somebody launched something into space. April 12th, 1961. And then April 12th, 1981 was the first flight of the space shuttle. I got partnered on April 12th. I didn't... How did we never put that together? Is that a stock Falcon 9? Stock-ish. Ghost, I changed around the propulsion a little bit to be more Kerbalized, but yeah. So yeah, I was working 40 hours a week streaming and 40 hours on the loading dock into 2015. I got partnered with Twitch on April 12th, 2015, and then the money started rolling in, and by the time September rolled around, I was making more money streaming than I was at Best Buy. Yeah. I was getting paid pretty good there, too. I mean, you guys take way better care of me, Best Buy.
Oh, this is space.
Two
I'm in
member notes,
space.
gifted a sub to Darkstar Wolfie. Right on. I never put two and two together. We got partnered on April 12th. That's weird, man. That's a weird coincidence. Technically, it was April 11th because I started that stream on April 11th and ended on April 12th. And April 12th, it was late at night when I got the partner notification. I remember it. I screamed. I was like, yeah, I got a partner! And then I ran away. I went and told my parents because I was just a wee lad. Right? Huh. And then, yeah, September 18th was my last day at Best Buy, and September 19th, which was the first day of TwitchCon 2015, or thereabouts. Yeah, I went full time. I left Best Buy. I put in my 2 weeks notice. I left Best Buy for TwitchCon, and yeah, never went back. I have that photo. The last day that I worked at Best Buy, I keep this photo as a reminder of working a regular job and how much that sucks. It's not fun, right? I remember this distinctly. I took a picture with my phone the last day that I worked at Best Buy, and then all the pictures in my phone after that are pictures of let's see. Come on. September 19th, 2015. Okay. That's the Best Buy in Framingham, Massachusetts. If anybody wants to know. Shoppers World. Yep, there it is. I know it's a little bit blurry. Sorry about that. Nice hat. Thank you. And then the next picture, look, the next picture is TwitchCon. I posted that on Twitter if I remember. So, yeah, that's, oh, and then the next picture is In and Out. Hell yeah. Let's go. Hell yeah. It's awesome. That picture of In and Out is like 10 years old. Anyway, what would that In and Out meal cost you now? I don't know. Yeah, Scav, that's right. And yeah, I've been working 50 hours a week pretty much since then. I got back from TwitchCon and started to hit the grind. I remember I asked Das about this because he went full-time streaming before me, believe it or not. Despite me streaming for longer, I had to be sure because I have student loan. I had student loan debt to pay off. I still have student loan debt to pay off. I had to be sure that I was making enough money to cover that because I would not let anybody pay for that. Like, my parents couldn't pay for it, but even if they had offered, I would have been like, hell no. No, go away. So, yeah, I asked Das, like, how much should you stream? Like, what's a good schedule? And he said, stream as much as you can, right? Like, you know, the more you stream, you know, you know, the more you stream, the more money you're gonna make. And I'm like, yeah, I remember that. I don't know if Das remembers that conversation. I said, how much should I stream? Should I stream 40 hours a week? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I have no idea. This was, the hell do I know about doing this professionally at the time? I mean, I'd say that I still don't, but. So yeah, he was like, dude, stream a lot. Stream as much as you can. And I'm like, okay. Kind of took that one to heart, but hey, whatever. Yeah, that picture, man. I haven't looked at that picture in a while. You're still in the Northeast? I live on Cape Cod, Cal. Actually, kind of halfway between Cape Cod and Plymouth, Mass. Like where the rock is. Around there. Forgot to tell you to advertise yourself. No, he probably did, Helfus. I'm probably just too much of an idiot to listen. Did the pandemic streams make you more money? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got paid, Ando. I can only wish that they had done Partner Plus, dude. If they had done Partner Plus, like, in 2019, instead of, like, after the pandemic, dude, I would have made... Dude, we would have easily made into the six figures. From like, 2020 to 2023. I really wish they had done that. I would have made a lot more money, but yeah. Yeah. I don't make into the six figures, guys. I've never done that. Like I said, it's just a normal job. Sorry. We're not getting 1,000 viewers a night. Maybe if Kerbal 2 didn't lay an egg, that would have happened, but... What are you gonna do?
Oh,
God,
this is space.
Spiffy, what is
I'm in
this?
space.
Come on. God Ninja, I've hosted NASA panels at TwitchCon with people from NASA, dude. So, NASA partnership? Yeah, basically. They came in here and said they endorsed the channel. But yeah. Spiffy, well, you're gonna... Oh, great. How does this look? How does this look, you gifting 20 subs? This looks ridiculous, man. Actually, Spiffy, I have, in those pictures, dude... Here, I don't know if you know this. Just saying, if you know where that's from, you know where that's from. You're transitively paying your salary. There you go. Yeah, I've been doing it for a decade, man. Damn. But yeah, dude, that's fun. I like it. It's just fun. Still a good time. Isn't there a KSB competitor coming out that you said something about? I don't know. And if I did know, I wouldn't tell you. No, I don't know. We'll see. All right, but yeah, Spiffy, thank you for the 20 subs, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here and watching. It's as much as I know you're just another viewer, but yeah, it still makes me happy to see some staff around that can still tolerate my stupid ass. I say some dumb stuff.
This is space.
I say some
I'm in
dumb
space.
stuff on here. Like, thank you.
This is space. I'm in space.
Jeez.
This is space.
Wait, why
I'm
is
in
it
space.
going off multiple times? You broke my alerter. Damn it. Anyway, thank you, Spiffy. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it, man. Really do. Yeah, this is fun. It's a fun job, but it's just another job, guys. Like, yeah, but I've been doing it for a long time. But yeah, I'm thankful for every second that I get to sit in here and have a good time. And that's why, like, if I'm not feeling well, I shut the stream off. Because if I'm not giving you guys my A game, you shouldn't pay me. Does that make sense? Like, that's why if I don't feel good, I'll shut the stream off. I mean, sometimes I'll power through it, but yeah. I take this job pretty damn seriously, even nowadays.
Oh,
Marco.
this is space. I'm in space.
Stop it. Stop doing that. Now I feel bad. But yeah, I mean, we do this with, I really don't do sponsorships, dudes. This is an entirely crowd-funded, so to speak, stream. I don't really do sponsorships. I don't like to, and I don't even like running ads. But you know, you're gonna get pre-rolls because Twitch needs to pay the bills too, and I understand that. But yeah. Imagine how rich we could be if we didn't have a conscience. By the way, I used to play Eve with a hardcore player who's also a spacecraft satellite engineer who met you live during one of the Falcon 9 launches. Oh, really? All right. Trying to think who it was. EJ hates making money. No. Guys, the reason why I still don't get all weird when people tip money is because Here, we'll test this while we're messing with this. Here, let's put some fuel in this thing and see if our separator system works. The reason why I still get uncomfortable with it is because I don't want to seem like I'm begging for cash. I want to succeed on merit, and I know I should advertise more. I get it. I understand. But it's very easy, I think, in this business to lose your dignity, so to speak. Whether it be doing stupid stuff on stream or doing suggestive stuff. And if some people are cool with that, that's fine. I don't have a problem with it. Like, if you do what you got to do to make money, I understand. Because it's tough. It's tough nowadays. I get it. This job didn't get easier with all the inflation and stuff. Let me put it that way. But I just want to make sure that I age gracefully as a streamer. Does that make sense? I don't want to do something that could make me a lot of money right now that I look back on in 5 years and go, no. You know? Yeah, no, Fall, no problem. Yeah. It's, SLS if it was good. Oh, Redbeard. Yeah, I'm working on making a launch plate for this. Ethics is for the poor. I heard game development isn't stressful at all. Yeah. But, yeah, I just want to make sure that I age gracefully, and I'm not doing stuff that's too cringe, you know? Like, there are very, very easy ways to make a lot of money here, and I understand that. But I think it's very important to not have the stream just be all about making money. Especially with what I do. Like teaching people and stuff. Like, you're a lot more serious here compared to what you do on NSF, which isn't bad. I like it. It's funny. I usually don't get this serious, Cal, but if somebody asks me a question regarding a serious topic, I'll be serious about it. Time to go into the hot tub category. Get that bag. Nobody wants to see that, and I don't want to show you. You basically don't want to make something like Jaws only to regret it later. Yeah, Jaws is a good movie. You mean eating spoonfuls of Vegemite?
Clifton, Tranquility Base here.
No.
The Eagle has landed.
I prefer tips as streamer doesn't lose half their income.
Well, Bradley, because of Twitch with Partner Plus, I appreciate the tenor, thank you. But with Partner Plus, it's a 70-30 split. Oh, Twitch doesn't take half. Dude, I'm telling you, Partner Plus, being because of you guys, I got Partner Plus, and Partner Plus is 730 split up to 100K. That's like a 20%, that was like a 20% raise for me. Honestly, that saved me. If I didn't get Partner Plus, yeah, I don't know what would have happened, because yeah, once again, the fallout from Kerbal 2 laying an egg and then Cities laying an egg right after it. Let's just say that messed with my bottom line a little bit. Once again, not all about making money. I'm not going to say it wasn't stressful, but I'm not complaining either. You know? Anyway. Yeah, Partner Plus saved this stream pretty hard.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Viper, thanks for the 5 months. I think I speak for everyone to say you want to see that. Yeah. Well, like I said, it's important for me to, you know, like one day, guys, down the road, I would love to have a family with Remo, and I would really want this stream to be something I could show my kids. You know what I mean? And be like, look what Daddy did. You know, like that's very important to me. It's always been important. They will not be seeing the drunk streams. They will not be seeing those. I deleted those spots. But yeah, you get the idea. That's why you deleted the Trace Coma stream? Yeah. Yeah. How many kids are you thinking of having? I don't know, Meister. I want a family, and so does Brimo. So we'll go from there and see where it takes us, okay? I just realized your child would be able to watch your life evolve through streaming. Yep. Almost my entire 20s is on the internet. Well. This is the stuff that I think about. I really play the long-term game. You know what I mean? I say all the time on stream, you know, I like things that are sustainable and built to last, right? Like I like my cars built to last. I apply that macro perspective on more than just cars. Hi, future little EJ. But yeah, that's the kind of stuff I think about, you know. I don't want to show my kids 20 years from now, I don't want to show my kids a VOD like this and have it be like, oh, this stream is brought to you by Super Shoes. Look at these Super Shoes. You know, like, no. Nuh-uh. No, I don't think I will. Alright. So, rocket's being held up pretty well. Let's see what happens when we undo the struts. Okay. But yeah, sorry. That got a little deep real fast, so my bad. I'll go back to being funny me for a second. Or two, or three. I will not bow to any sponsor. Balxy, I've always said regarding, I think your kids would be very proud. I hope so. I hope so. Really. Some of you is finally getting a pad. Well, Nova, I saw Tim's video with Jeff Bezos when they were looking at zoomed in pictures of the TE and stuff, and I'm like, I can make that. I can make that. I can land this plane. How hard could it be? Right? So, yeah. It made me get emotional. Well, yeah. Did you at least get reached out to by sponsors? Oh, absolutely. God Ninja, my thing with sponsors, guys, is I will not take a sponsorship in a product that I don't stand behind. Sorry, I'm not. I'm not. If Ford came and said they wanted to sponsor the stream, I would say yes. Why? Because I have Fords and I use that product. And I'm not even talking about like an advertiser coming to you and then you start using their product, right? Oh, this is great. I got it when, you know, I got this sponsorship. Like, well, how does that show you? How do you know? Like, so I'll just say like I have a razor or something and I use that razor, right? And then a company comes to me and says, we want you to use our shaver and we'll pay you for it. I think not, even if it's a good product, right? I think it's kind of disingenuous to say you swear by this product just because you got a sponsorship. Right? Like, say there's a certain brand of headphones that you like, and then you get a headphone sponsorship, and then you say something like, oh, I love these headphones, I've been using them for a long time, etc., etc. Have you, though? You sure about that? You sure about that? You know what I'm saying? No. I'm very particular about this, and I don't care if I make less money. It really doesn't bother me. It doesn't keep me up at night. My dog does, okay? And I know this might seem completely ridiculous, but you got to look at it from my point of view here. You know, I won't take a sponsorship of a product I don't stand behind, a product that I don't use. Especially if it's something that it's like, oh, accept our sponsorship, we'll give you $5,000, and here you go. Here's a razor, and then I have to sit there and say, oh yeah, I use this razor all the time. No, you don't. No, you don't. I've had a beard for years. Right? Beaver, I'd take a sponsorship from Buc-ee's, absolutely. Sure. Right? Yeah, so you know it's bullcrap. You know I'm just shilling a product, right? Now, you know, people are going to sit here and you're going to look at me and you're going to say, no one's going to notice that. Bull crap, no one's going to notice that. Oh, they'll notice it, but they won't say nothing. They'll just leave. Because that's the thing about streaming. Nobody's going to say if you're doing a bad stream. They'll just leave. If they don't like what you're doing, they're not going to tell you. They just leave and go find somebody else. It's important to understand that. Whatever paid to shill a rocket company. I wouldn't take a sponsorship with an aerospace company, Alex, because that would impede my judgment. It would basically make space news susceptible to a confirmational bias, and I'm not about that life. Hell no. No way. AG1 is cool, Duckman, and the AG1 or Factor 5 or any of these other, I've gotten all that kind of stuff, dude, but I don't use AG1. I don't use Factor 5. I cook my own damn food, right? So how weird would it be all of a sudden just me like, oh yeah, I love Factor 5, I love AG1, I love all these companies. I'm not saying their products are bad, but I don't really stand behind them, right? I haven't stood behind them. I'm just standing behind them now because they give me money. No. Nope. Have you actually ever reached out to a smaller company you'd like to advertise for them? No, Hellfish. Tim Tams, yeah. Tim Tams, sure, absolutely. Tim Tams are great, right? Or like, I don't know, Cobalt Tools or something. You know, or Milwaukee, right? Because I use their impact wrench on stream. That's the kind of stuff that I stand behind because that's the stuff that I use, you know? If Duncan's wanted to sponsor this stream, Coltech, I couldn't think of a better partner. But Yeah, I got a set of Cobalt wrenches, Alex. They're fantastic. As long as you're not sponsored by Cobalt toolboxes. I have a Craftsman toolbox, Echo. I have a Craftsman toolbox and I have a Husky toolbox. Craftsman toolbox is over there on the left. It's a Craftsman toolbox from 1987. Real Craftsman, like good Craftsman stuff is made here. It's made in the US. This Husky one, this Husky toolbox right here, it's pretty good. I don't think that was made here. It's a lot newer. But that Craftsman one, my father-in-law, Bree's dad, gave that to me. And he didn't care. He's like, it's just a toolbox. I'm like, no, man. It's not just a toolbox. It's a good toolbox. Tools from the 80s, guys, were built better. Sorry, they just were. I don't care. I don't care what anybody says. You can say, like, oh, gee, still like, nope. They're built better. Sorry. Riv, I get offered more times than I care to mention from the sponsor. I'm not going to do it. I don't play that game. But yeah, Chevy sponsorship, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't. Don't you think that would be a little strange, Coltec, for me to just all of a sudden be shilling Chevy products? Guys, if I ever do something like that, I'm dead serious about this, and it's something that's very important to me. If you ever see me do something like that that's completely out of character, something has gone horribly wrong with the stream. I'm compromised. Promptly unsubscribe. How's that? How many streamers are going to say that? I take this stuff super seriously. Like, it's very important to me. Think twice if you're in danger. I'm in danger. If I ever do something like that, if I ever just come out and say, oh yeah, Chevy's a great product, and they give you the tools that you need to, something has gone horribly wrong. Leave. I'm serious. That means the stream's gonna go downhill. Like, I hold myself accountable like this because it's important. Like if you're getting paid. I get paid by you. I really don't want it any other way. I get paid by you. Therefore, I'm accountable to you, the people that pay me to give you good content. I'm not accountable to anybody else. Any company, nothing. You. And Twitch, but you get the idea. Twitch gives you the venue. You hate Chevy that much? I don't hate Chevy, I just wouldn't take a sponsorship from them because you've seen me wearing a Ford hat for freaking years, for a decade. Wouldn't that seem a little strange that just all of a sudden I'm like, oh, Chevy is great because they give me money? No. I don't roll like that. I don't do business like that. Anyway. Okay. So we got the struts are undone. This rocket has been sitting here this whole time. The hinge is unlocked. Okay, let's see what we got. Yeah, Redbeard, hey, don't worry about it, man. Your time, like, okay, that's another rule of streaming. Don't expect anything from anyone ever. You go in here with expectations, with financial projections, etc., you're gonna wind up disappointed. You're never gonna meet it unless you're like getting 5,000-6,000 viewers a night. You know, you're never gonna meet that. Don't do a projection. Streaming is, it's very easy to be good at it, or it's very easy to be successful at it, but it's really easy to suck at it. Like it's really easy to produce a bad stream. Yeah. So don't expect anything. So like, look, man, you're watching the stream. You're giving me your time. Out of all the things on the internet, you chose this stream. And I don't take that lightly. I really don't. It means a lot to me. Like, dude, there's a bajillion different things that you could be watching right now, but you clicked on this stream and you stayed here. Look, if you can't give me cash, whatever, that's fine. You're giving me your time, and that's important. Anyway. Okay. All right. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Progress. Not bad. Who else will ramble about X-33 mounting points on Twitch? Yeah, there you go. NASA OIG, what's that about? We'll examine how NASA is managing the extravehicular activity spacesuits. Uh-oh. Nova, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I didn't call that. Alright, just... Well... That's not ideal. The rockets really weren't meant to do what I'm talking about. You guys might want to duck. It's about to get loud. Told you. That okay? Alright. It looks like it got slightly hung up on one side, and it took the pad with it. But if we clamp the pad down to some counterweights, it should be okay. But yeah, sorry, I don't mean to get super real. I'll stop. We'll get back to testing. What I'm going to do now, how much mass is it? 117 tons. So what we'll do now is, just for testing purposes, we'll put a bunch of fuel tanks on the sides here. And this will basically work like it's connected to a launch pad or something. I'm just putting these supports out here. We'll grandparents strut them. And then we'll just get some lateral struts from here to there. Okay, so now what I'm going to try to do, let's fully fuel this thing, and let's see what it does. I got to make sure that this thing can be fully fueled on the pad, and my hold down points can hold it up. I've been having a lot of trouble with this with the SSTO. I tell you what, if it does work, we'll fly it. We'll fly MLB. But I don't think the action groups are configured in this, but we'll see. Why are you refueling on the pad? What's the benefit? What do you mean, God Ninja? Refueling on the pad? Reusable Ares 5. Redbeard, this rocket is called, I call it MLV. It really doesn't have a name. It's a medium-duty launch vehicle that's partially reusable. So something akin to New Glenn or Falcon 9. Actually, it's more like Falcon 9 than anything. It has landing legs. The landing legs are reusable. First stage is reusable. And when I say reusable, I don't mean just like landing it over here and hitting the recovery button. If I engineer the equipment out, you could take this stage, pick it up, I would probably end up using a breakover device like New Glenn, turning it on its side, bringing it back to a pad, stacking it. You could put another upper stage on top of it. It uses docking ports to be held together, and you could reuse it. You could launch it again. It's designed to be totally reusable. So, yeah. Okay. Alright, so that's what I was worried about. It moved. Yeah, it blew up. I didn't see where it failed. Crap! We shock loaded our hold down points and it... Or it could just blow up in my face. Oh, the action group key is on. I'm like, why aren't we reverting? That's not normal. EJC Nova's link. Guys, if I'm doing a test, I'm not looking at chat. I'm sorry. Like, I know I just said I'd make it a big deal to kind of see what you guys are saying and stuff, but if I'm doing a test, I'm watching the test. Like, I know it's, you know, oh, this is brand new, post it, but yeah, if I miss it, just bear with me here.
Griffin, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
What do you call a woman with a bee in each hand? Abby, with 2 B's.
Tämä ääni ei suinkaan tullut ruokakellosta, vaan nyt alkaa Marko Kahjon tarina tuokio. Että pahoitteluni kaikille nälkäisille, jotka erehtyivät. Viisas koira. Olipa kerran koira, joka oli omistajiensa mielestä viisas. Jos tälle komensi, että istu, niin tämähän sitten istutui miellyttääkseen omistajiaan ja saadakseen makupalan. Ja jos taas sua pyysi, niin sitäkin se osasi tarjota. Ja taas sai makkarata hurttaa. Jopa maahan se rupesi makaamaan, kun käskettiin. Onpa siinä viisas piski, ihmetellään ja ollaan niin ylpeitä, että... Mutta annapa sille koiralle eteen paperille...
I was just linking this to Adrian and Ryan in the Flame Trench chat, the Flame Trench back channel, so we can talk about this during Flame Trench.
Että onpa siinäkin taas viisas koira mukaan, kun ei edes hyperpelifunktioita osaa. En kyllä osaa minäkään.
Interesting.
Mutta minä en olekaan koira.
When Flame Trench, about 2 hours from now.
Varo syöminen.
We're supportive of NASA's decision to target the Escapade mission for NET 2025 and then look forward to the flight. We plan to move up New Glenn's second flight, originally scheduled for December, into November. New Glenn will carry Blue Ring technology and mark our first National Security Space Launch Certification flight. We'll provide more details on these launches in the coming weeks. To learn more about Blue... Well, that solves the New Glenn's Flight 5 problem. Yeah. So, this is a little bit weird nomenclature. It seems like their second flight is going to be their first flight, and they're moving that up. And Escapade is moving to second flight that's in spring of 2025. I think they just mean the payload. Did the Mars window even last that long? It's a light payload. It's an extremely low mass payload, Redbeard, and there's a lot of rocket behind it. So you're a little more flexible in your transfer window with this small of a payload. Long story short, yeah, it'll cost a lot more Delta V if they launch in the spring as opposed to now. But yeah, New Glenn can do it. It's a freaking huge rocket. Yeah. The window for the Mars transfer opens up, Jim, on the 14th. If that's the start of the transfer window, even going into the spring, it should be okay. Yeah, you should be fine. 1 to 2 month difference. It'll do it. Especially if October 14th is the start of the opportune transfer window. That means the spring, couple of months, 2 to 3 months down the road is probably the end of the transfer window. But once again, small payload, gigantic freaking rocket. There's margin here. The real question is, how did you manage to get Blue Origin to follow you? Oh, I know people that work there, Redbeard. People that are higher up that work there. I also know a lot of people that work there too. It's good to have friends. You know who? Add time, add time. Do you just pick the worst times to do this, Nova, or are you trying? Because sometimes that we rolled a 19. I saw the prompt and I took it. Alright, let's roll. Roll again. Roll again. Oh, get fricked, nerd! You roll a 4. Get fricked. No ad time for you. Yeah, I'm interested into what this means. But anyway. This thing, the hold down points couldn't stand up. They couldn't hold this thing. It didn't like it. Is Escapade not ready? I don't know. Time to design the pins. Seems to be a recurring thing here, Zerax, huh? Let me see what NASA said. Hold on. This makes it seem like Blue isn't ready. The agency's decision to stand down was based on a review of launch preparations and discussions with Blue Origin, the FAA, and Delta 45, as well as NASA LSP and SMD.
Discovery,
Spammer
go
on,
at throttle
6-month resub. Thank you. Curious. Curious. Yeah, Cryo Nickel. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that that's probably what's going on. Blue just needs more time. They've been scrambling basically since a year ago at this time. It just they have been going fast, and I do really appreciate it. They're definitely quick. Like the amount of Blue Origin stuff that's come together in the past 12 months is absurd. I think it's all because of Dave Limp running the company and Jeff really having more hands on at Blue. I think that has a lot to do with it. What Blue Origin will have on their first launch. Yeah, the real question is does Blue's second launch become their first launch, or are they still going to try to launch something in October? Oh. Hang on. You ever drink ice water while chewing mint gum? Did SpaceX send up Crew 9 in a 6-seat configuration and have it return Crew 8 with Butch and Sunny, then have Dragon Endeavor? You could, Contra, but that's way more complicated than doing it the way that they're doing it. Sure. Remember, time is a constraint here. Let's move this out of the way for a second. I'm gonna change my pin a little bit here. Instead of having the bottom of the pin be a spherical glider, which ends up pushing against the thermometers, I'm gonna try to see if we can make an inverse taper. Well, not a taper, but make the bottom of this flat. Fix that problem. I broke it. I forced a symmetry node. All right, let's see if that does anything. I'm gonna leave a spare right there, and then we'll. Shout out to Marco for the gifted sub. Got some good people in. Okay. Needed to reset the music. That was the end of the tracks. Anybody else seeing anything going on at Massey's with Ship 31 static fire? No, Cal, I haven't. Honest question, because it sounds like I'm missing something. If Blue Origin has to delay launch one to next year because they aren't ready, then how are they good to go with moving up the second launch in September? The wording of that tweet is a little peculiar, Element. Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one. I'm not sure what you mean. All right, let's see if this redesigned hold down point will hold this thing. Yeah, Element, that's my question. Are they still going to launch the first flight with Blue Ring in November or October or what? So does their second flight become their first flight? What's that, Notes? Better wording, maybe? What is SFN saying? In a statement, Blue Origin announced that its first flight is now set for November, and it will carry its Blue Ring on board, which it says will mark our first national security space launch certification flight. Blue Origin said that that was the initial plan for its second flight, which was originally scheduled for December. We'll provide more details on these launch plans in the coming weeks. Yeah. If I had to guess, guys, NASA does not want them to rush. Doesn't want them to rush development or rush the final integration to put in this thing together. That's my guess. Anyway. All right, ready? Here we go. Minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
Discovery,
1.
go at throttle up.
That's fine. Whoops. Wondering why that went off like a firework. I'm like, why are those engines still firing? They ain't connected. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We've had an anomaly? You gotta secure the area? Paganel with a 73-month resub? We've had an anomaly? So the sequencer didn't work. I'm not sure why. Marvin, what'd you do? Won't separate if you don't hit the right key. A costly mistake. Marvin didn't hit the right key or something. Should have used the rotary phone parts. Damn right, Andrew. You're damn right. It wouldn't have broken. It's like you're, yeah, Rocket had a bad motivator. Look. Looking back on Star Wars in retrospect, was Luke just a whiny teenager? I was going to toss the station and pick up some power converters. How goes pad stuff? Pretty good, Tars. Pretty good. Yeah? Alright, cool. It's not just me. Alright, cool. Let's try this again. So, okay. I want Coco. I want to go to Tashi Station. I'm going to pick up some power converters. This is stupid. Alright, let's try this again. Prime the engines first. Thermal conditioning. That's good. Yeah, I got you. Gonna go to the bathroom, Obi. Not now, Anakin. Space debris. I can't stop. All right. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster dedicated. Nice. That was actually a really nice separation. That was perfect. Where'd the rocket go? Up. Hey, where does this rocket go? It goes up. Throttling back for maximum dynamic pressure. We're into the throttle bucket. Past max Q. Throttling up. Stand by for Miko. Miko confirmed. No, just coast. Whatever. That looks like what Firefly's stage did a little while back. Wow, this was a freaking nightmare. Yeah, this one isn't coming back. I can negate out that spin. Screw it. Back to the stage. Nah, no, you know what? We could just revert. That was clean. Is this the New Glenn setup? Dr. Gnome, it's kind of like, this rocket's kind of like New Glenn, kind of like Falcon 9. I would call this one a partially reusable vehicle that's really optimized for Kerbal. Now, it has Falcon 9 styled landing legs, but I don't really have a name for this vehicle. I was building this vehicle for a Kerbal save, and due to other reasons, I stopped playing that Kerbal save, so this vehicle was never fully developed out with its launch infrastructure. It works great. Works actually really, really well. It's kind of like a Kerbalized version of Falcon 9. So I kind of approximated what engine I thought would be closest to the Merlin engine. And then we scaled our thrust basically appropriately for stock KSP, and it just by chance ended up having New Glenn's engine configuration. Falglin. I like that. The Hawk Fin. Oh God. I like Falglin. Falglin is a good name. But yeah, this rocket is designed to be fully reused when it doesn't do what it just did. So like I have Falcon 9 style push rods in here for my separator, and we only use a small decoupler on a docking port. So you can detach this, right? You know, the rocket comes back down, you pop that decoupler off, right? And then you can you put a load spreader on the top, pick up on the alignment points, right? Auto strut it into place once it's docked. Just like SpaceX would, you could pick this thing up with a spreader. I designed it that way. You could pick it up with the spreader and move it with a crane. That's kind of the reason why I was on a crane building kick for a second, because I need to figure out a way to do I would need to figure out a way to do hold up. Not that. That could get a little complicated. Marlin. I wonder why SpaceX isn't trying to catch a Falcon 9 booster and chopsticks for the Starship booster. Test as you fly, Matt Strat. Falglin. Falglin 7. That's a good name, Redbeard. I like it. Yeah, the breakover device. Dude, I still love the second stage testing article. That's so cool. I love that it picks up on the main launch pad. That's so rad. Made a main propulsion test article that works on the pad. Or a second stage main propulsion testing article. That's so cool. That's trick, dude. I really like that thing. Blue made a second stage testing device that could just bolt to their launch pad, because why have like 3 or 4 test stands when you could just have one launch pad and a test stand? How come Vulcan has the LNG tank towards the aft of the booster while the LOX tank is on the forward section? I don't know, Nova. It has something to do with structure. I would probably look into how it's transported, how Vulcan gets transported versus how New Glenn's first stage gets transported. It probably has something to do with that, if I had to guess. You remember Jeff said New Glenn is the LOX tank on the aft of New Glenn, while the LNG tank is in the forward section. Yeah, he talked about structure. So, where my mind goes from there is why would Vulcan do the opposite of that and have to build more structure into their vehicle? That might have something to do with it. Yeah, I didn't hear it, Sirs. Look at how it's put together. Vulcan's vertically integrated. New Glenn is not. Make sense? See what I mean? This disperses the structural integrity doing it that way, because you have the stronger tank up there. I mean, look at how Vulcan gets transported, too. Get that crap off the screen. Vulcan gets moved on a trailer. They can transport it around by just attaching a load spreader to the front with a fifth wheel, and it gets moved around that way. New Glenn's stage gets moved on SPMTs and horizontally integrated. Does that make sense? See? Look. See what I'm talking about? I'll bet you they did that to make sure the structure is more uniform along the whole booster, because it optimizes integration. As much as, you know, as cool as the transporter is, and transporter erectors do give you a high-ish launch cadence, vertical integration is way simpler. It's way easier to put a rocket together that way. Ask SpaceX. Starbase don't have 3 high bays for no reason. They assemble them vertically. It's easier. Right? And once again, that's just a theory. I don't know. I know, well, it is easier to do that. What I said about integration isn't necessarily untrue. SpaceX have done both, to be fair. Of course. Their first rocket is good. Horizontal integration really makes a lot of sense if you have a, like, not a super heavy launch vehicle. When you go to, I mean, that doesn't mean you can't horizontally integrate a super heavy launch vehicle. The N1 is a good case for that. But manufacturing it vertically and assembling it vertically is much easier. Like, much easier. Because you're plumb with gravity when you go to manufacture. That makes it a lot simpler. And that's favorable to a heavier booster, which is more difficult to manufacture anyway, like Starship. I mean, Wiz, they've done both, right? To be fair, but who are we being fair to? SpaceX, arguably one of the foremost experts on building rockets in the world at this point, chose to assemble their vehicles vertical and vertically integrate them. You never seen a Starship or a Super Heavy on its side, have you? Unless it crashed. That might change in the future for transporting options, but you never know. Was the S1C built vertically? Kind of. The first S1C was built horizontally, and then they figured out building it vertically was better. Hey Sean, what's going on? Starlink is OP, currently watching you via space laser beams. Right. Wikipedia, horizontal integration across the... Horizontal and vertical integration in terms of corporate structure are a little bit different. Then we're talking about physically putting rockets together, Martin. It's funny because SpaceX with Falcon 9 is a horizontally integrated rocket, but a vertically integrated company. And ULA vertically integrates rockets, but it's a horizontally integrated company. But that's changing because of Starship. But yeah, those two, that's not the same. Anyway, all right. So that's all working. I figured out the reason why we didn't get a good separation there. It's because the Cal controller was at 0.2. If you played it from that position, it's not going to separate. So, yeah. Did you enjoy the Tim Job video? The Tim Job interview video? Indio is what I almost said. And the views. Yeah, of course, man. Kiki, why would you think I wouldn't? Wait, why do I have no struts holding these together? Oh, okay. Does ULA just basically make the tubes at this point? I mean, yeah, basically. Dude, I can't wait to go home and play RP1 Failspace. What are you currently designing? That. That. Jeff is pointing at it for me. You know what you can do with an aluminum tube? Yeah, if it's nuts, right? Yeah, I'm building that for this rocket. What you can do with an aluminum? You're gonna build a TE for this bad boy? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think I will. Now, let's see. How the heck is that connected? Ugh. I understand that's why this talk is a bit misleading at times. I'll stick to my point that some stuff is confusing because, well, it's okay for insiders and we are all here voluntarily. Ask me! Ask me! If you don't understand something, ask. Please. Just say, hey, EJ, what do you mean by vertical integration? Putting a rocket together vertically instead of horizontally. Just ask, man. That's all I gotta do. Ask me about the rockets. Like that. That's horizontally integrated right there. See the rocket is on its side horizontally. The more you know. Bing bong boom. So, all right. I'm trying to figure out this right here. So, I'm thinking those pieces are gonna. This thing is gonna have to pivot to an extent. I never thought that the Strakes added lift to the booster. I was skeptical about it first, but now I want to see the elegance in it. New Glenn will fly back like an airplane skeleton. Oh, yeah. It'll, like, the thing will just be flying around. Oh, yeah. Watch. You need... So, here's the thing. Jeff talks about lift on the way up. The reality of the situation is that New Glenn needs that cross-range capability. Because that first stage is going way far downrange because it's using methane. That drone ship's going to be way far out there. Like, probably like 1,000 miles out. That's a long way. You need those wings so you can... You need the wings so you can... In Blue Origin's case, you need those wings so you can spend more time in the atmosphere slowing down. You can basically... Flying more horizontally gives you more time being exposed to drag, right? So you slow down. The more time you can use to slow down with the air, right? And basically get the booster to terminal velocity, the less fuel you're going to need to land. That's why those wings are there. It's cross-range capability, but it's not cross-range capability, but it is cross-range capability. If vertical integration is easier, then why are you doing horizontal integration? I said it's easier for super heavy rockets, for bigger rockets. This is not a big rocket in KSV. Well, it's big-ish, but yeah. I wanted to see if I could build that. It's more of a challenge. Now... Oh, Martin, don't worry about it. It's all good, buddy. So this will hold, which is good. I'm wondering if we should try these hold down points on the SSTO, because that's holding up this entire booster. There's no way it's not going to hold up the SSTO like this. We'd love to have a streamer come to the next event summer and stream. Do the chimes on Super Heavy do something similar? Yeah. Yeah, those straight things that are on Super Heavy. Yeah. They'll definitely help. Absolutely. That turns the rocket into more of a lifting body shape. Here, let me show you. So, New Glenn's is like this, right? And then you have a wing like that. And now keep in mind, guys, this is just two ways to do the same thing, right? So you have your wing for New Glenn, and your lift is going to get generated right here and right here, right? Obviously. That's where your lift's going to get generated. You'll get some lift from right here. Some. But most of the air is going to go like this. Right? It's going to do that. That's what the airflow is going to look like. Also. Right? So there's that. Super Heavy does something like this with its chines on it. Ready? right? That's what super heavy looks like. They're carrying the pressure vessels in here, right? Pressure vessels that are needed to actuate the pneumatic starters for Raptor restart, right? So chines look like that. What do you notice about this? So look, this right there is going to be lifting, and that right there is going to be lifting, right? So let's say with New Glenn, your wing surface area is about that, right? And maybe take the smidgen of lift right there and go right there. Look at the chines of super heavy. With super heavy, when it's coming back, your airflow does this. It's the same idea. It's the same idea, just slightly different positioning. One way isn't inherently better than the other, but this gives you about the same relative wing lift area. They'll do the same thing, though. See? Right. See what I mean? Relative. I don't see, I just joined. Well, if you had joined earlier, you would have learned this. In a few years, Super Heavy is going to have a big delta wing at this point. That is... Hang on, somebody tagged me in the Flame Trench back channel. Okay, we're good. What's your rating on Star Trucker? I like it. It's pretty good. Pretty cool. Did you and the rest of the NSF review the topic today to make sure you talk about it or at least mention everything that you want to discuss this week? At least. Deadker, what do you think we do? What do you think we do here? Do you think we'd be any good at our job if we didn't? Why do you part of the reason why I went back to doing space news again, one, first and foremost, because I wanted to. But two, part of the reason is because space news is a great primer to get well versed in pretty much everything that we're going to talk about on the Flame Trench. Yeah, man. We have a whole document that Adrian cooks up for what we're going to do on the Flame Trench. They're talking about him, Element. Yeah. Okay, let's keep going. Why is that truck doing a Tokyo drift? Because the Kerbals like driving trucks fast. Alright, so we need a pivot point here. I asked since you missed the OIG report and mentioned it in the after show. They didn't have the OIG report in the document, Dead Crew. Yeah. believe it or not. Believe it or not, you're herpa-derp. Cool. Exactly, hence why I asked. Yeah. Cool. All right, so now, all right, so this umbilical and this separation system works, but I noticed that it's not, the umbilicals for New Glenn aren't attached to this piece. They're attached to the TE, which is... Where's just Blue Origin's videos? I just noticed something, guys, and keep in mind. I just noticed something. So, actually, that's. So their umbilicals are attached to the transporter erector. See?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You know what? Let's just see if we can look at Blue's, just look at their actual videos. What the heck is the... Where are their original New Glenn promo videos? I thought they were here. Did they get rid of them? That's weird. Some new obsession. What's up, Snow? 24-month resub. Interesting. Do you think New Glenn will carry Starliner eventually? Yeah, they got rid of their promo videos. Their New Glenn promo videos, they're gone. That's weird. Whatever, we can use this. This is a super old design, though. So the umbilicals for New Glenn are on the TE. The interesting thing is when the TE retracts, those umbilicals are going to stretch. See, the TE is going to move back, and if the umbilicals are attached to the transporter erector, when the TE moves back, those umbilicals stretch out a little bit. Because, right, see them down there? They're attached to the transporter erector, which is weird. I'm also wondering why there's basically a gigantic pendant holding the launch plate in place. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, well, whatever. Looks familiar, that hinge? Which one? What, that? Jeff mentioned that it'll attach all the umbilicals at the integration facility. Yeah, Skeleton, most rockets do. Starship is the only one that doesn't do that. SpaceX Falcon 9 umbilicals are on the transporter erector for the second stage, not for the first stage, Andrew. No, for Falcon's 9's first stage, they are not. They are absolutely not. They're on the reaction frame. Interesting. Are Blue taking it one step further and rotating the whole freaking launch pad? Well, the interesting thing is if you look in this promo video, right, guys, okay, weird question, right? Take a look. In this promo video, do you see the whole plate right here? This whole plate, the hexagonal plate with the piece, the reaction frame is moving in this. The whole damn thing, which is very interesting because over here, the plate is bolted to the pad, and it's not moving. A design change. Illness, yeah, that would be my first inclination, but that, look, this. That, why would you go with that type of hookup for your launch plate to your launch pad? Right? That's a little weird. Maybe the rendering was an old revision. But if you were going to revise it, guys, you wouldn't bolt your pad together you wouldn't bolt your launch plate down to the pad like that. See, now I'm wondering. What I'm wondering is if, yeah, this could be an old design. It's possible. Doesn't look very old. This looks to be exactly what this thing has. Because look, the hinge for the transporter erector is there. See? I don't think this is an old design, fellas. The process might be a little different, but it looks like the design is more or less the same. Now, why do I bring this up? Now I'm wondering why you would design this thing to be able to even do this, because it definitely looks like it can. Jeff said those hydraulics are way more powerful than they ever need to be. They're the biggest hydraulics that company has made, he said. They're way more powerful than they ever would need to be to move the whole damn thing, right? Now I'm wondering, can Blue pull that plate off and put something else there in its place for a bigger rocket? Because think about this for a second. Does that plate look just like uncharacteristically huge for what it is? Like, What's all this? What's the whole damn plate for, right? The reaction frame that SpaceX uses isn't like this. But the plate is what would interface the pad to your umbilical connections, which is what it does per the video, right? We're not going to watch the whole video, but you see any hoses coming out here? Which means your umbilicals go through... They go through this into the TE, which means it's an integrated piece of equipment, right? Right? So now what? Because your umbilicals are up on the transporter erector. That means you're going to have to run plumbing through there. How are you going to do that? SpaceX does it through their reaction frame. Not that piece right there, right? So that tells me that this thing can still do that if it needs to. And if it does, this thing makes a lot more sense as a mobile launcher. Like a clean pad mobile launcher design, but with horizontal integration, which also suggests exactly what I'm talking about. If I talked about this a little bit earlier in the stream, okay? Earlier in the stream, if you look at Slick 36 on Google Earth, right? If you look at it from the top, the flame trench is much too wide. It's way wide for a rocket of this size. You wouldn't need a flame trench this big. It's as big as 39A, if not bigger, right? It's freaking gigantic. Look at it. See what I'm talking about? You don't need a flame trench. You don't need a flame trench that's 21 meters wide for a 7-meter rocket, and that's what that is, right? So how big that deflector plate was in Tim's video when they peered down in there. That's way overbuilt. That flame trench is bigger than... Actually, I'm kind of curious now. .78, so it's, let's say 80 feet. We know that these flame trenches right here are designed for Nova. They're designed for a Nova rocket, which would have had a 12-meter core. It ended up accepting a 10-meter core from Saturn V, but they're way overbuilt. So that's an 18-meter flame trench, right, for a 10-meter rocket, or up to a 12-meter rocket, because once again, this was built for... 39A and 39B were built to accept a much bigger rocket than what was actually launched, because Von Braun and his team, the guys that came up with the architecture for this, realized that, you know, you get a blank check, you might as well build it big so you could scale later, which is probably what they were going to do. Their flame trench is bigger than that. That's a 21 millimeter, or 21 meter, not millimeter, that would be tiny. It's a 21 meter flame trench for a 7-meter rocket. Look, even that plate, that big plate structure that we're looking at right there, it looks tiny on that flame trench. That flame trench is bigger than 39's. I seriously think, okay, so what's the point? What am I getting at? I seriously think Blue in the future is designing this to be able to accept a much bigger transporter erector. Much bigger. So, New Armstrong is what I'm trying to tell you. The Lightning Towers are way taller than they need to be for a rocket of this size. The trench is freaking huge. Even the transport way here is gigantic. Dude, it makes sense. It's designed for scale. This is designed to accept a much bigger vehicle. New Glen Heavy. Dude, you know what's crazy, Oridon? It's almost big enough to do that. Look, it's a 21 meter flame trench for a 7-meter rocket. It's almost big enough. Can you believe that? Dude, I firmly believe we're gonna see a much bigger core, probably a 10-meter core or something. Because that plate is obviously this big launch plate right here that the transporter erector integrates to, right? Look at how it's attached. That can be, that's not the type of attachment this Clevist pendant here. That's not the type of attachment you would use if this was a permanent fixture. You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't bolt it to it like that. That's weird. Why would you do that way? Dude, I firmly believe, I'm convinced this is designed, this plate can come off. Because they showed it in their video. This plate can come off, and the transporter erector can move it, and they can put a bigger plate down. I'm convinced. I'm convinced that whole thing is designed to accept a much bigger, like a 10-meter core, at the very least. Like, what's the different distance between the arms here? 15 meter. If you had another design of this plate to accept a 12 meter or 10 meter core, it could easily fit. You wouldn't need to change the transporter erector. Right? I think Blue's cooking up a 10-meter core rocket. And I think that's what New Armstrong is. I think it's a 10-meter rocket. 10-meter core rocket like the Saturn V. Maybe, possibly 12. Jeff said the transporter erector is 3 million pounds. Yep. It's a beast. So, theory time. They placed the circle piece to the stack ahead of the final lift onto the TE. This would speed up turnaround time a bit by having another New Glenn ready to go with that circle, the reaction frame already attached. Yeah, Thomas, I agree. Yeah, this piece that says Blue Origin on it is there if they need to reconfigure the pad for a bigger rocket. I firmly believe it's not going anywhere for a little while. It's future scalability. Dude, it ain't a coincidence. Like, look, if you look at these parts, you look at the ring, the reaction ring, the processing, not a processing thing, that's a reaction ring, right? If you're looking at the reaction frame and you're looking at the pedestal, this big piece, those pieces look exactly like the stuff in Tim's video. It's the same parts. So in this promo video, they're doing that. Now, you guys could just say, oh, well, they just changed the process. Oh, well, they just changed the process. Maybe. But I firmly believe it can do that. I think it could do this. And I think this is designed... I think they designed it this way on purpose for interoperability. So you could launch New Glenn or New Armstrong from the same pad. That's my guess. Because you wouldn't design this way if it was a permanent fixture. You wouldn't have that type of attachment. No rocket launch pad bolts to the pad like that. No way. Not a chance. I've never seen that before. Could that be part of where they're using the full transporter erector or the small one? Well, the second stage thing links up to that. I mean, dude, look at it in this picture. Look at how it's bolted together. Dude, that thing can come apart. It can come, the transporter can pull that thing off the pad. Look at, that's such a weird attachment mechanism. But it's not nearly as weird if you're going to make another version of this for a wider diameter rocket in the future. So you could just use your TE, pull this thing right off, roll that thing away, right? Because an SBMT moves their transporter erectors around, so you can just move it out of the way, right? It's not on rails or anything. You just move the sucker out of the way and build a 10-meter version of that for a 10-meter core rocket, and it, boom, it'll just bolt right back up like a mobile launcher. It's a horizontally integrated mobile launcher platform. I think they did this because they're future-proofing. And it's been clear basically from this video. This video is from a long time ago. Now, like I said, maybe I'm reading too much into it. Maybe it's just process changing, right? You guys are probably right. But also at the same time, if they were changing the process, they would have changed. Why would you not change that? Why wouldn't you change this? No one, like, I'll say it once, I'll say it again. No one bolts a launch frame to a pad like that. Nobody. That's like that for a reason. I think they chose this attachment point, Uncle X, because they're thinking down the road. They're thinking what type of rocket are we going to build in 2025 or 2028 or 2030 or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely built for scalability. Why would you use a hinge for a shock absorber or shock suppression? Wolfie, why would you do that? Oh God, I don't know, right? Dude, nothing is there for no reason. Believe me. Nothing is there for no reason. Everything is there for a reason. If it was something that they were just like, oh, we're not going to do that anymore, just keep using that because we know that works. I mean, that might be the case, but also with Blue, they've been designing this pad for years. What about flame trench maintenance? Just go in from the bottom. A hinge allows them to maintain the flame deflector. What? What are you talking about? Just drive. Just drive something in from here. What are you guys talking about? Anyway, whatever. This system works, which is good. I'm just wondering if I should do umbilicals on my transporter erector, because right now my main umbilical is on the plate. That's what sparked this whole conversation. The more we did something is, the earlier they would have to finalize their design, but the flexibility that gave them would absolutely be seen as a long-term benefit, knowing that there would be likely something coming after New Plan. They're building New Armstrong. They're at least planning it right now. Bezos plays the long game, dude. Look at Amazon. He plays the long game. I don't think there's any reasonable doubt to believe that Blue ain't doing the same thing. So, yeah, I mean, I agree with you. This kind of inadvertently turned into EJ's Wacky Theory Hour. Do you watch the Blue Shift the static fire? Oh, Blue Shift. Those are the local guys from me, Tio. Yeah, I'm definitely interested. Let me put it to you like that. Preview of the flame trench, yep. Actually, you know what? I don't want to do the step sequencer now. Just dump that. Alright, cool. Save this. Can't wait to see integration done in KSP. Yeah. I've never been successful with doing horizontal integration, Mike. That's why I'm like super worried about this, but we'll see. Here, check this out, Mike. Where's my old saves, balls? Crap. Where's the backup? No.
Ja kun vähän kasvettiin, kaikki takaisin korkone maksettiin. Ja noista päivistä ei oo kuin rippeet jäljellä, mutta aikuisuuteen jotain parempaa. Niistä ammentaa.
Hang on. Hang on, just on a side note. Some model open with. I don't want to open it with a frigging app. I don't know what this is. Sign in that you bought already. I don't know. We'll find it out some other time. When does EJ need to get ready for the flame trench? Probably about 20 minutes. Made some good progress on this. We got our separation sequencer working, but we'll have to save that for the rest of the pad. The next thing I really need to do here, if we're gonna do that, I'm thinking about how this would interface to it. You'd have to pick the stage up, tilt it backwards, attach it, and then set it down. That's what Falcon 9 does. So you're gonna need gantry cranes to do it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I want to keep going with this, but we don't have. It's going to take more than 30 minutes to engineer the next component of this thing. Whatever. Let's just keep going. So. Now we need another attachment mechanism here for this thing. Do that. I mean, that is what I tested. We tested with these things with a smaller girder segment, but that is what we tested. Now, The thing is, when this whole thing goes to turn right onto a launch plate, which we haven't frankly made yet, oh, we gotta hold the damn thing together. Oh man, I remember this freaking integration takes. Oh boy. Okay. Okay, well. What's up, Jeff? My name is Jeff. Sorry, I'm deep in thought over here. Yeah, my brain went too far down what I need to design. I was like, I need to design this, so I need to design this, so I need to design that, but then I need to design a system that pushes up on that spot. But that center of mass isn't actually where the center of mass of the whole vehicle is going to be when it's on the transporter erector. If we make that low as possible, the hydraulics will be able to push it up. We're going to need a huge hydraulic to push this, just like Blue Origin. You don't have a hydraulic in the game that can do something like that, blah, 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 blah. That's where my brain is going. Yep. Oh boy. Yeah. Sorry. When I'm sitting here doing that, that's what's going on. My brain is, I'm designing parts that don't exist. It's a really easy thing to do. You're trying to put this whole thing together. Here, let me show you the last time I tried to do this. I'm just messing around sometimes. Damn. It's 1,800 parts. Give it a second. This was my last attempt. Rolling contact joints. Yeah, maybe.
Seppo Kävyntähkä. Luonto kutsuu radio-ohjelmasta. Olen nyt aidossa Lapin erämaassa.
What the frick is this? What?
Katselen täällä luontoa. Luonto on hyvin kaunis tänään. Minun mielestäni ainakin. Se on aina hyvin ylveän näköinen. Etenkin tämä Lapin luonto saa aikaan ihmeitä ihmistä.
You don't remember this? I remember it blowing up a lot. Yeah. Why? Why would I do this way? I mean, that's the only way we could. I remember what doomed the Condor 9 pad was multi-port docking logic being redone. But damn, is it a nice pad. I spent a lot of time on that damn transporter erector. It's supposed to look like 39As. Brendan, this is a launch pad. It's supposed to be 39A. Nice pad, now re-engineer it. Scratch building this would probably be a better idea. Oh my goodness. Tactic, yeah, multi-port talking. Multi-port talking is all fine and dandy, but I prefer Kerbal doesn't really like it. You can do it, but it doesn't like it. Now the reason why it doesn't like it is just how Kerbal's hierarchy works, right? But long story short, something that I've learned over the years is to never, ever, 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 ever use a docking port connection as a structural connection. Bad idea. No. Using a docking port to connect something would be like using a screw structurally or a bolt structurally in the design. Bolts are not designed to be structural. They're designed to hold structural parts together, right? Right? A docking port is not very structurally sound. Neither is a screw. They're just used to hold structural things together, right? So don't use docking ports for structure. Multi-port docking is not needed. You don't need to do that in KSP, especially since we have same vessel collision. Mostly, yeah, but there are some nicely set up submodules to be able to reuse, like that flame trench. Yeah, I mean, if we wanted to rip parts off of this Hokey, it's possible. The cranes need to be completely redesigned. The HIF is junk. The reason why, dude, sprung weight. Sprung weight on a crane is such an idiotic idea. That's such a bad idea. Why would you do that? Right? Like, no, no, we don't want that. Yeah, this is not a good way to do that. Still great engineering for its time. Yeah, you're not wrong. It is pretty rad. Yeah. Is that an ore tank for the engine section? Why didn't we just overclock stuff? Oh, we didn't know how to overclock yet. Man, when is this? What is this from? May 20th. That's right, I did it. I redid this for DM2. Remember the time you used your Rec Condor using a shuttle engine? Yeah, that worked pretty well, actually. They're Bobcats. Yeah, that was Rocket Guy's idea. Clustering 8 Bobcat engines. Technically, this is a 8-engine booster instead of a 9-engine booster. It just looks like 9 engines. We don't need to do that nowadays. Nowadays, you could just put LVT-45s in there and overclock them and call it a day. And that'll get you the thrust that you need. Holy crap, dude. We really, yeah, it's really been a while, huh? All right. Before Flame Trench, I'm going to do it. This is such a bad idea, and it's going to end in explosions. I just want to see it. Dude, I don't know what it is. That Tim video looking at all that new Glenn stuff up close, Hokey, just the itch is back. Not that it wasn't there to begin with, but now I'm like, horizontal integration was one of the things I never really quite solved in KSP. Wait, are there Kerbals in the capsule? Probably. Dude, I'm just, that, like, oh, it's, dude, what a tank. Like, it made me want to just model all these parts and just, boom, put it right here. I want to see how the hydraulic section works. You know what, Mike? Me too, man. You sure it's just not wanting to say you KSP better than Bezos? Does that need to be said, Smirks? I'm Rick James. He's Charlie Murphy, right? And KSP was imprinted in that head of his for like a week. Slap! Oh my God. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. Ah! Where is Jeb? Jeb, where are you? Is he in the crane? Am I being punked? Ashton! He's not in the capsule. He's in a lander can. All right, this is probably a bad idea, but... Oh. Let the bodies hit the floor. Down, 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 Can't take much more. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Now, 1, nothing wrong with me. Nothing wrong with me. 3, nothing wrong with me. 4, nothing wrong with me. Sorry. How many parts? It's like 1,800 parts, dude. Oh, Jebber. Okay. I can only count to 1. I can only count to 2. I can only count to 3. I can only count to 4. Hey, Arnold, what's up? All right, so I believe the first thing to do is that. Nope. Nope. That wasn't the first thing to do. Okay, past this part. In fact, never play that part again. That was in fact not the first thing to do. Yeah. Jeb's just sitting there going, "Wow, that's fine." We saw nothing, we swear. Yeah, no, it's good. I thought that was the first thing to do, but it's not the first thing to do. I know this thing wouldn't have worked anyway. It would have gone to dock and exploded. But, you know, you just got the explosions earlier. I mean, I could retool this for MLV, I suppose, Hokie, if we really wanted to. I mean, I would... Oh, checklist needed. Thanks, past EJ. All right, we can get rid of that. We don't need that. If we're gonna do that, we also don't need Condor. We can get rid of it. The cranes would absolutely need to be redone. That's not even a judgment call. Yeah, just yeah, pass this part. In fact, never play this part again. Just oh boy, we're still at 969 parts. Nice. No tower. Oh, is MLV the Dorito? I'll redesign the tower. Boss, T-minus 30 minutes until Flame Trench. Yeah. The hydraulics need to not exist like that. We shaved off 1,000 parts, though, but this thing doesn't do anything. I guess we could retool it, Hokie. I mean, I don't... I might need to remake the bucket here a little bit, but, I mean, that's obviously not going to be a thing. Neither is that. Neither is that. Yep, we're going to lose EJ to another pad. Shut up. I don't know what the hell I was thinking by doing that right there like that. The easiest way to do this right, it accurately like SpaceX, is to weigh down the reaction frame, which is they put all the components in the reaction frame to move the center of mass closer to the center of pivot, so you don't need as big of a hydraulic. That's what they did. SpaceX's hydraulics are over here somewhere. I chose to do that. No, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna... This is gonna hurt a little bit. I said this is gonna hurt a little bit. Ow. Look at all the coping mechanisms for to try and combat the hydraulic drift. Batteries?
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Nova gifted a sub to Jackal. Time to model the transporter erector in Maya. No. No. No, you know how long that stupid thing would take to texture? No, Shy, I think it's because I didn't understand what the hell I was doing. Pretty sure that that's what's going on there. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. The fuel tank design sucks. That's just a needless... yeah. It's a waste of parts. Are these all full of fuel? But this pad weighs 9,300 tons. Okay. All right. All right. That's our project for next week. You think it's heavy enough? Like, you think it's heavy enough? What the hell? I'm gonna start a mission mode save eventually. Yeah. Yeah, I want to. Dude, this is... Does this have the Kraken proofing in it? Hold on. I want to see if it's my Kraken proof design. It is. Oh, okay, good. You just gotta get all the damn fuel out of this thing. Why? Why would I put so much? You don't need that much fuel. The thing's heavy enough. Man. Or even these center, they're all full of fuel. What? Why? Why, EJ? Why would you? Oh my God. Mein Gott. You fit so much fuel in it. We've shaved 3,000 tons off of its design, by the way. Yeah, that was not a misspeak. Oh my goodness. Every single tank is full. Oh my goodness. We're half the mass that it was. Dude, this is actually super freaking... This is pretty cool. This thing. Man, the SSTO pads were way better than this. It's the same design though. It's the same plate design, believe it or not. Like the base plate for the SSTO pads is the same. Wow. Oh, those ones down at the end, they don't all have fuel. Nice. Oh no, they did. Nope, never mind. Wow. Flame trench mod check. Oh yeah, okay. What a freaking monster. This is only 500 parts. Cool. Still a lot. Do you have any mobile truck launchers? I could make one, Shadow. Yeah, this is supposed to be a copy of 39A. Like, that's the flame trench at 39A, and they... Yeah, they... Transporter kind of goes over the damn thing. Anyway. Alright, guys. I gotta get ready for the flame trench. I think we found a good project. It's either that or keep going with the SSTO stuff. I'm trying to just dip my feet back into KSP. I want to get back into it. I really do. In fact, playing Star Trekker yesterday and doing all those docking and undockings, like, I was like, man, I wish this was KSP. I wish I was playing KSP. I can dock stuff in KSP, no problem. It's super easy. Time is the Starliner undocking. Should be in a couple of hours, Limpod. In before KSP Space Truck. I don't want to do that with nuclear tugs, Octolux. I guess no racing tonight. We're not doing racing tonight just because of the Starliner undocking, but racing will resume next week. Anyway, guys, I'm going to get ready for Flame Trench. So here's what we're going to do. If you're watching on YouTube, head over to NSF. I'll post the link for the new Flame Trench here, for the Flame Trench tonight. I'll post the link over there. Will you all cover Starliner undocking on Flame Trench? Absolutely. And then I'm going to shut down the YouTube stream. If you're watching on Twitch, no need to go anywhere. Flame Trench is rebroadcast here. Yeah, it'll just switch over here in a second. But I got to go get ready for it. So once again, on YouTube, I'm going to be on Flame Trench, and if I don't see you guys there, I will see you next week on the YouTube side of things. On the Twitch side, just stay here. We'll be back momentarily. But I'm going to shut down the YouTube stream for now, and yep, here we go. Did you fix the broadcast on Twitch? It should be working, Rem. Should be fine. But I'll kind of make sure to have NSF not have me host, so if something goes wrong, I can fix the stupid thing, unlike what happened last time. But yeah, that's another story. It should be working just fine. So I will see you guys in probably about 20 minutes for Flame Trench, and we'll go from there. Yep. All right. Yeah. We can use Condor's base plate. We can use that pad for MLV. It's going to be a lot of parts, though, but any pad usually is. So we'll see. It's kind of why I like the SSTO pads. The SSTO pads aren't very many parts. We'll see where it takes us. Anyway, I'll talk to you guys in a little bit. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in about 20.